What's up, Genshin enjoyers? Or maybe I should say, what's up, Sims? How are you doing on this fine day? Good to see everyone again. Hello, hello. Birdshed, it is indeed the birdshed. Hello, Ari, hello, Smart Guy, Alex. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see y'all. Flynn's background is here. Yes, Flynn's background is here, Ari. I hope you do enjoy my handiwork. My lady? Flynn's probably. Ari is tired of children. Then you gotta tell their parents. Find someone else. If you're gonna keep putting your children in my hand, I'm gonna put my foot down. Not on them specifically, but metaphorically, I'm gonna put my foot down and make my case known. Imagine planes with Scotty accent. G'day, man. Is that what they sound like? Alright, I can... Hold on. I can turn this on as well. There we go. This is an old one, but it suffices. G'day, man. Why would you like? Ari's going to another convention. Who are you gonna meet this time? And where's that gonna be? This weekend? With the wrong white people accent. Which accent is that? Is that the Australian accent? Okay. Yesterday was a holiday in Vietnam, so I took a day off there, just hang out with my family. I go back to my parents' house, just hang out with them for a day. With other of my family member too, relatives. I slept at my parents' place for a night, and then next morning we woke up early and then go have some pho for breakfast. It's just something that we used to do when I was younger and living with them. My parents enjoyed that, so that was a nice time for me. Hello, Widow. Welcome back to the stream. Have you been behaving, chat? For half of the week that we did not meet, have you been behaving? Oh, wrong sound effect. I hope you did. Otherwise, it would be not very nice of us, for us. Is this a competition between Ari and Widow? I shall see the end of this. For me, the grinding in Genshin is a little bit repetitive this week. I'm just waiting for new content already. Can they just drop Luna 1 or whatever they call it already? Come on Genshin, give me the new content. Also, I hope that next patch they are going to revoice Lumine in the Traveler Sibling Quest, so that I can... Yeah. So that I can hear both Aether and Lumine's voice in the quest. But I guess if they are not doing that next patch, I'll still do the sibling quest regardless, because I cannot wait anymore. Give me the lore. You still screaming? 6.0 watch party.
Accelerating. Installation chamber deployed.
You miss your wife? Who's your wife? Wait, who's it here?
No, my sword.
Oh, this is ass.
I'm going in.
Defensive mode engaged.
Witness the power of Gurwa.
Let's go. Hu Tao gameplay. Lumin! Ada! Lumin! Ada! Lumin! They say as they are preparing to fight each other. What is screaming? Screaming is screaming but more sus. So sus screaming. Alright, what's up? Over here, I can level this drink up. Good stuff, good stuff. It's level 70 and ready for theater. It just unstar him now. Okay, gotta level up Candace as well. I have so much aversion to farming Z's flower for Candace though. Is there anyone else that's easier to farm for theater? Alright, guess we're farming for Candace. Not even the theater can force you to build Dahlia. That is a strong feeling. That is certainly a strong feeling indeed. What has the lad ever done anything to you? Candace is knowing to build because of Barry. Yeah.
Ultimatum protocol.
Time to act. Ring cutter.
It is what it is.
Everybody stand back.
Alright, Hu Tao, it's time to shine, I guess. Give me the non-pyro immune enemy. Why don't you, game? Alright, that's good enough.
Cross over.
Insulation chamber deployed.
Rain outlines your fate. Let's light it up. Teamwork is true. Witness the power of Gurwa.
Whee! Do I even have... Wait a minute, I just remember something. Oh my god. This is not even a good Hu Tao team. Because no free now will disable the Marichosi Hunter set. Oh well. Wait, but I could use the new artifact set from next patch on Hu Tao if I use NEFER and Ano? That could be a thing. NEFER Singchu Ano? New Hu Tao team? New Hu Tao update? Probably just a side grade to Farina. You and your C0 Dahlia against the world. His shield's gonna tank anything for you. Against the world. You don't hate Dahlia, but you cannot imagine a team where he'll be more useful than other characters. I see a chest that I have not taken in Mondstadt for some reason. Dahlia does provide something for Skirk, but if you have some better Skirk option, you can just not use him. My Skirk in this account is actually okay with using Dahlia because Dahlia enables the Calamity with S2 weapon. And I don't exactly have a good 4th slot for Skirk. Alright, Hu Tao, don't let me down. I'm out of Mora too. Actual scope with Dahlia? Yeah. Alright. 4-star right here. Moving on. You don't have Skirk? Alright.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Annihilation mode.
That's about the only useful case that we have for Dahlia as of right now.
Everybody stand back! Rain cutter!
Defensive mode engaged.
This account of mine is actually just a little bit away from clearing station onslaught difficulty 5. This is my old. Just in case you are not recognizing which is which, this is the one that has Chlorine and a Skirk premium team. Well, Skirk premium only as in Farina and Escofia. I do not have a 4th slot for her, a permanent 4th slot for her. I'll see. I'm trying a few options out for the Skirk team and Mohican team to deal with the first and the second enemy. But if I don't get it by the end of the patch, I don't get it. That's fine. Why did it? How did I not take this?
Insulation chamber deployed. Preparing for dust up.
Rain outlines your fate. Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Where's the last enemy? I did not even get to my Hu Tao! Where is the last enemy? Oh, it dies. There we go. Enough, do your thing.
Defensive mode engaged.
A 1.0 player would have so much problem with this. Here we go. Dahlia, make yourself useful.
Surprise baptism! Hey!
No! Not even jumping up. All right.
Let's stir things up!
Woo! Ain't no way. Hold on. Dahlia got this, chat.
This should be fun!
Oh my god. This character is so trash, man.
Let's stir things up!
Okay then. One last time. If he doesn't do it, he doesn't do it. True uses Sholing in co-op against APAP. True and real. Bruh. Hold on.
Surprise baptism!
Alright. Dahlia, get back to the bench. Get back to the bench, Dahlia. You gotta bring my queen out.
Let's get out and find.
Gotta bring my queen out. There we go, Dahlia. Watch and learn.
So this is what you like?
You get kicked once to break him, Dahlia. I mean, they know. They know. I am so spoiled by characters with exploration abilities. Now, if I play a team that has no character with fast mobility, I just cannot play them in the open world at all. It's so bad. Where's Dahlia? Gonna put him back here just for honorary purpose. Nalan characters with the exploration power grip has spoiled me so much. I could have used Taller Rock. Where? Oh yeah, I could have used that one. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Here. Yeah, I guess Dahlia might be helpful here. Exploration abilities makes everything better. We just spend a lot of time in the open world in this game. That is, I think, about 90% of the time we use playing this game. As much as we like banging our head against difficult content, we only do that about probably like 1 day per week. Am I farming for candies or am I trying to get a skirk set on this account? I think I'm trying to get a skirk set on this account. I don't even think I would get a functional skirk set for this account before this patch ends, maybe not. How else can I improve it? Maybe improve Mahuika's build? Nah, it's fine. Not gonna lie, Nilu havers are blooming at this point. They have always been blooming. What you on about, though? They have been blooming since Sumeru. Nilu, please come home. He did. Hello, Primojam.
Hands where I can see 'em. On my mark! Pyroclastic surge!
Oh wait, I know what I should be farming. Instead of doing this, it's fine. Yeah, instead of doing that, since I'm not killing it anyway, maybe I should farm this weapon instead. It has been staying at level 70 for so long. Is it today? Nice, okay. I can farm this. Like really goo? Goo? Bloom? Bloom? Yeah. Chat, are we blooming with this one?
Play with me. Control breather. Start the clock. Over here. Light up the blazing sun. Moving.
Oh wait, these enemies are immune to electro.
Light it up.
Thank you, Moika. We're all about the good vibes over here. Retract that statement right now.
Here to play with you. Shoot on sight.
Everyone is coming. Okay?
Justice will prevail.
Everyone's coming in my stream.
On my mark. Wrath from the sky. There you are. Ready.
People are talking about some 100 level. You're thinking that Hoyo makes 60% of their money through whales, so why not do something for them? It ain't like DPS scaling will increase for this. Yeah, we can talk about the level 100 thing. I tried did some preliminary calculation, and for every about 7 characters, for every about 7 limited characters that we're pulling, we are on average going to have 3 standard characters. 5-star. Your 2 are coming! Good! We have not gotten good artifact pieces these days. You have not gotten good artifact pieces today. It's okay. Yeah, take some of my luck. Alright, real quick, here's the map behind it. Let me do the map again. Okay, so with capturing radiance, we are on average gonna get a limited 5-star that we design 55% of the time. That's the average that Hoyoverse has meticulously calculated. It's more complicated than that because it's the lose 3 50-50 we get in capturing radiance, but average out it's about 55%, 45%. That we know. So 55 times out of 100 we are going to get a limited 5-star that we desire, and 45 times out of 100 we are going to need to go to 2 times the pity to get the limited 5-star that we desire. That means throughout, to get 100 limited character that we desire, we have gone through soft pity 55 plus 45 times 2 times, because 55% of the time we get it immediately at the first pity, 45% of the time we're getting up to 2 pity. Cool. So that means for every 100 limited 5-star we get, we need to get 145 5-stars in total. What does it say? That is, we are having about 69%, nice, 69% chance of getting a limited 5-star for every 5-star we get from each banner. So for every 7 limited 5-star we get, we are getting about 3 more standard 5-star. Why does 7 limited 5-star matter? And why I want to calculate it for that? Because a C6 character is 7 copies of them. I think Hoyoverse has done the system quite nicely in a way that if a whale pull for a C6 of a limited 5-star, they immediately going to get 3 more constellation of a standard 5-star character and immediately get level 100. So that is from whales perspective. As long as the whales continue to pull a C6 new character, they are going to get a C6 character and level 100. Pretty sure if you don't get capturing, then you have Benny luck. That's good odds. Yeah. For whales. Now remember that this odd is the same for whales as for the people who do not whales. It's like a side benefit that we get. Before, we only get a regular limited 5-star, and if we lose, we lose. That's it. But now every time we lose, we get a little bit of extra something to make us feel a little bit less bad, because a limited 5-star, wait, no, because a standard 5-star constellation also now do something for us. If you see it that way, it's also nice for whales and non-whales alike. Imagine, so it's very similar to before we go to a supermarket, we buy an apple and we get an apple. But now with the standard 5-star constellation doing something, it's like we are going to buy an apple and we get a minor grape as a side bonus. It's just that whales buys a ton of apples and they get a ton of grapes on the side as a bonus. But the probability and the chance of getting like the grape that we're getting on the side is the same for both whales and non-whales alike, because it's proportional to the apples we buy. Yeah. You're guaranteed this time you'll pull for llama for that guarantee. Try your luck for flints. You have top 4 DPS, so you need support, so yeah. Your support is limited. Yeah. You can look into some nod-krai off-field characters, because nod-krai is likely going to have new mechanics that favors the new characters. You can absolutely do that. So now I would like to acknowledge the thing that people are feeling less than excited about for the level 100. So a caveat that we have not mentioned regarding this apples and grape example is a simplified version, but a caveat that we have not mentioned is that it's like a loyalty system. We go to a supermarket and buy apples, but we only get the extra grapes if we have been a customer at this supermarket for a while, if we have built enough loyalty points. If we do not have enough loyalty points, as in if we do not have a 6C6 standard character, we do not have enough loyalty points at this supermarket and we are not getting the extra grape. Only when we have gone to this supermarket enough of times that we start getting this. So for the people that have not been playing for a long time and have not been spending, their loyalty point system has not reached a level. Their standard constellation has not reached a level that they are starting to get a return from this. That is what people are feeling less than excited about for this. That is using that's using lesson words. Buying grocery? Yeah, we're buying grocery with this one. Buying grocery. I'm trying to talk about the level 100 system where we get from constellation beyond C6 and how it is currently making people feel. Australian painter. You're trying to pull for llama in flames? Let's go.
Hands where I can see them. Quick as a flash. Start the clock. Pyroclastic surge.
Yeah, they have been. I'm gonna talk about character design real quick. I think they have been cooking for both llama and flames. There are definitely a lot of fans for flames, and there are also a healthy amount of people that likes llama. They just cook with most of the nod-krai designs. For some reason, people are starting to like NEFER more after the newest trailer stuff. I am proudly have been a NEFER stan from the first time we see her. You want to know some calculation on Llama C1 and C2? Okay. Llama C1 is just healing. So it's not very helpful. But we can look at some calculation on Llama C2. I think it's something like a 15% increase. Let me recheck that for you. Probably the Jeff does something, right? The Jeff probably has a Llama constellation somewhere. Yeah, there we go.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome, to the Llama pre-release analysis. She's definitely one of the characters that...
Hold on. Let's see if he does the constellation stuff. Constellation. Alright, at the very end here.
Which, let's finish talking about the constellations. We've already explained. C1 is kind of bait. It's not that good. C2, it basically doubles the Pale Hymn effect, and it increases Lunar Bloom damage. Honestly, this is good, but it's not great. But I expect it to be much more significant for a future Lunar Bloom carry than it is for current Hyper Bloom and Nilo Bloom teams. C3
yep, I agree with that.
Dog shit. C4 is nice. Gives you 16 to 20 energy per rotation, 12 energy per burst cooldown. It's alright. Because, as we've already said earlier, her energy requirements aren't, like, too strict, but getting energy is almost always helpful. This is a pretty okay constellation compared to most C4s. C5 is pretty whatever, kind of like the C3. And then C6, it turns her into a Lunar Bloom carry, where instead of buffing blooms and other bloom reactions with her Pale Hymn, she now uses her Pale Hymn to make her normal attacks deal Lunar Bloom damage. And she also gets a multiplicative 25% more damage on Lunar Blooms. Overall, Llama honestly has pretty bad constellations. The early constellations aren't that good. The C6 is good enough that it kind of... Like, the C6 itself is one of the strongest C6s. It's just that because you don't get that much from the previous constellations, at C6, she's not that powerful compared to other C6 characters.
Alright, so summary is that C2 is the only early constellation that's really worth pulling on, but the value, it actually depends. I believe I've seen somewhere the calculation, C2 is buffing something like 15%, 15% of the current Bloom team and Hyper Bloom team damage. It's not much, but it could potentially be helpful for NEFER, which is a Lunar Bloom character, and we are increasing the Lunar Bloom damage by 40%. It's somewhat similar to NEFER C2, but I would say this: if you want to increase, if you pull for both Llama and NEFER and you want to increase that team damage, it's likely better to just pull NEFER's constellation and weapons. It's similar to Flames and NEFER situation. If you want to increase Flames and NEFER team damage, just pull Flames constellation. It's better. Will Llama work with the healer? Without the healer? Llama definitely works without the healer. Llama is the Nahida killer. Llama is the Nahida C2. Llama is the Nahida replacement. So yeah, Llama works without the healer. Boom. Let's get back. It's funny how Nilo will be made up for exactly one patch. Exactly one patch. Now, to be fair, I think Nilo is still likely gonna be relevant. The release of NEFER will not reduce Nilo's damage. The release of NEFER is probably just creating a team that does more damage than Nilo's Bloom team, but it doesn't make Nilo Bloom irrelevant unless the damage requirement to clear content is also getting higher. You can see if the situation is very similar to how Escofia release. So you can look at this. Escofia release makes Ayaka feel good to play. Where's Ayaka? Escofia release makes Ayaka feel good to play, and then they release Skirk. Llama release makes Nilo Bloom feels good to play, and then they release NEFER. It's still fine to play Ayaka Hescovia. It's still fine to play Nilu Llama. There's just something I'm talking on my ass, but I think NEFER will be better, likely. That's the newer stuff. Like, if you like Nilu enough, just like you like Ayaka enough, you can play that too. And it's probably still clearing some content. Just skulking content. Drive your car right after a beer. In that above, he shake like a deer. DUI. Owie! Let's see if I have enough material to level this gal's weapon up. I do. Can go to level 80. Is C1 Ayaka worth it? Not really. C1 Ayaka is like a nothing burger constellation. C2 Ayaka is about... I cannot remember the exact number. I think C2 Ayaka is somewhere between 10 to 20% constellation. I know there's a guy that has calculated it. I think it's Genshin Impact. Has he? He made a video. Oh, I think it's this video right here.
Genshin Impact 100, they could lower very impactful and growing.
C2 is 10% team increase when it hits. C1's bad. Reminder, the team increase is probably around closer to 20% personal damage increase. So it's 10% team damage increase. Ayaka's damage is around 50% of the team because Escovia also contribute quite a bit of damage and Furina also contribute quite a bit of damage in that team. C4 Ayaka is fun and support, which that was C1. Yeah, this was Inazuma. This was the second year of Genshin. So Constellation was not that amazing. What's the C1 again? Let me read it again. When Ayaka normal charge attack deal cryo damage to opponent, it has a 50% chance of decreasing cooldown that comes to the art. Hold your card by... Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. 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 Yeah, doesn't matter. It's too little of a decrease in cooldown, and Ayaka is playing in Furina's team nowadays, so she is locked to a 20-second rotation. Both of Ayaka's skill cooldown is 10 seconds, so if you decrease it, you are still locked to a 20-second Furina constellation, so you can use two skills regardless. It's a literally do-nothing constellation. It doesn't see one is not Worthy or Inazuma trash. I mean, there are a few nations in between Inazuma and Natlan, but yeah, I get the sentiment. We'll see 2 next year. Yeah. Honestly, after doing the calculation on how often we get a standard 5-star character. So, okay, real quick. One patch in Genshin, if you have been just following the Primogem count in each patch, generally as a free-to-play player, one patch gonna give around 70 Primogem. Wait, no, sorry, not 70 pools. 70 Primogem. A patch gonna give around 70 pools as a free-to-play. Welkin buyer and Battle Pass buyer are gonna have more than that, but we're gonna take the baseline free-to-play. So in one version, from a 0.0 to a 0.8 patch, that is 9 patches in total from 0 to 8, times 8, wait no, times 9, sorry. This is the total amount of pulls we are getting per one version. And let's say that not everyone is doing every single pieces of content that this game churns out, and we may be missing something, we may be missing some days because we are on holidays, we're not logging into Genshin, there are some kind of mini games that we just don't like playing, yada yada. So let's be realistic and multiply by 80%. We're only getting about 80% of this total amount of pulls that they give out. Okay, we're getting about 500 pulls per version. This is how many times of getting a 5-star. Wish counter, wish stats on average. How do you see the average number of pulls required to get a 5-star? Because all the dilution of, now this is just getting a 5-star. I don't care about limited or standard, but just getting a 5-star. What's the average amount of pull for that? Pretty much I mentioned. Anyone know the source to check that? Any kind of source? Genshin average pull for 5-star. I want an average. On average, you get a feature of 5-star every 104 pulls. Okay, sure. I want just a 5-star. I don't care whether it's... You know what? I can do this. Hotelbot.mo. Hotelbot.mo. Yeah, this is a nice tool. Gacha rate calculator. Let's get rid of all of this. No capturing radiance. Constellation -1. No pity, no guarantee. Wait, no. We can do this. So we just take the average 50%. Oh my god, this is so trash, man. This is so tragic, man. I can't. Let's just say 70. Why not? Let's just say 70. We're gonna try to look at one more source for this rough calculation. You know what? Sure, I'll take that. 70. I'll take that. 70. Okay, so let's go back to our calculation, a rough calculation. Within one version, we are getting about 80% of the total amount of pulls that they're giving out. So 500 pulls is a free to play. And with this amount of pull, we will be able to get about 7 5-star characters in one version. 7 5-star characters, including both limited and standard. So on average, that means we are getting five limited character on average. Within 7 5-star that we get, we're getting 5 limited character and 2 standard character. Let's go with that. It's close enough. Like some people are mentioning 65 to 70. Yeah, it's fine. With the amount of pull, the amount of average pull requiring to be less, we're gonna get a little bit more. But I think 5 limited and 2 standard is close enough. Why are we doing this calculation? Because I want to know on average how many standard 5-star constellation we are going to get, because it's gonna build up toward the level 100 thing. So on average, we are only getting 2 standard constellation per year, per version. Now we're gonna say that potentially from the standard banner, we can probably hit Sophity 2 times in a year in a standard banner. And then one of them, let's say it's a weapon, and then one of them is a standard constellation. So we are going to get a total of 3 standard constellation from banners, from both limited and standard banner. 3 constellation plus, hold on, 3 constellation plus 1 from the standard selector at the beginning of every anniversary, plus 4 from the constellation selector. In 1 year, we are going to get a total of 8 standard constellation. That's decent. That's decent. Do you mean the next time you post Stygian tell that you're the best free-to-play player than the whale? Okay, sure. Until we remember that each year they are adding a new standard character. Why does it matter now? Because a new standard character is another 7 copies of that character we're going to need to go through to get that C7 Stellar, Masterless Stellar Fortuna thing. So we are barely keeping ourselves afloat with getting 8 standard constellation per year and having to bridge the gap of 7 new standard constellation per year. Realistically, people that just play the game for a long time can get to a point where if they're lucky, they can get a few Masterless Fortuna, Stellar Fortuna, whatever the name is. But it's not that great of a system. So I would say, as a player that do not pull a lot, either because you just played recently or you don't spend a lot of money in this game, don't worry too much about level 95 or 100. That's it. Just don't worry too much about it. You who didn't get GG until 2024, yeah, it actually continuously getting the same standard character is better for the new level 100 system, because we are gonna get a character to C6 earlier, and then if we keep getting a constellation for a C6 character 5-star, we're going to get the Masterless Fortuna, Stellar Fortuna. Continuously only getting, let's say for my account, for this account of mine, just getting Daya, and then Daya, and then Daya, and then Daya, and no other standard character, it's gonna be better than getting Daya, then getting Diluc, then getting Chi-Chi, then getting Mizuki, all over the place. It is what it is. This is an account that I started for maybe a year and a half now. I think I started from Lantern Rite of 2024. Yeah, so 1.5 years. Other than this one thing, I believe I have not put any other money into it, so it's close enough. And the constellation I have for standard character, just for like just a case study pretty much. C3 Daya, which is the highest constellation I have for standard character. C1 Chi-Chi, C1 Kaching, C0 Diluc. That's it. That's it, right? Yeah, that's it. You won 13, 15, 50 in a row. Was that a bad thing? Yeah, that's such a bad thing, Weirdo. God damn. Yeah. I am so sorry that you don't get more standard character. And you always get exactly the characters you want. COD, welcome back to the stream. So that's another thing, like everything that's said and done, the new system is actually a thing that makes us feel less bad about our 50-50 loss. Even on a loss, now we're also building towards something. Some crazy people out there may be trying to purposely fail to get more standard constellation, and I can definitely see that, so they can level 100 one of their favorite characters rather than pulling new characters. Like, I can definitely see some people only care about that. Lagging? Hopefully it's getting less laggy now. You recently got C1D look on Morani? Let's go. Wait, have I not been leveling this up? Yeah, I'm a fraud. I did not even do this. I've been getting too wrapped up in the level 100 constellation thing. Why is Twitch 14444 only? I will only get the ability to change resolution on Twitch when I get to the Twitch partner program, unfortunately, along with a lot of other stuff on Twitch. So 1444 PE, I believe, is the resolution I record on my computer, and it's just going on Twitch as is. Alright, level 80 weapon, let's go. Surely this is gonna help my station clear. Wow, okay. Much better there? Yeah. How long am I gonna stream for? I am planning to stream for around 2 to 3 more hours. That is usually one of my streams. It's lasting anywhere from 3 to 4 hours, and I have been streaming for 1 hour already. Just hanging out. I want to spend the stream today mostly talking about the new stuff that we have been they have revealed to us during the live stream. I think they're calling this Lunar 1 instead of version 6.0. They're calling it version Lunar 1. Oh, look at that! Shit! Thank you, Dinaf, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Can buy some proper breakfast tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah, I plan to talk about, I think they're calling the new version Lunar 1 because they want to preserve 6.0, 6.1 for SNES Naya maybe. So it's kind of like an interlude, Lunar 1, Lunar 2, Lunar 3 thing. I think some people have been saying that. I missed that during the live stream. Is that what you think as well? Let me know. Loma fans, let's go! I can buy my... This is gonna go toward my funding for the next Welkin.
Add as...
You try to say the lyrics in a family-friendly way. The lyrics of what Sandrone is saying about a gentleman wanting to shot his baby, making sit into a lady private. What?
Place. Surprise ability to not get lost some sort of talent.
Oh, that's a little bit too obscene. Just a little bit. Usually when we talk about stuff like that in the stream, we talk in innuendos. And that's a little bit more acceptable. No more cup noodles from me. Is that right? Alright, is there anything else I want to do on this account? Let me double check. Alright, I can log into my main
Thank you for
and do some Luna 1 preparation. Horizon, spend. Theater not done, but I'm gonna raise a few more characters before I do theater on this account. Am I gonna kill some lizards? I've already killed lizards. I don't think Enkanomiya is even open on my main. That's the thing. If you want to go for Constellation on Llama up to like C2, but you don't know if it's worth. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the strategy. DNF, you can wait until we get a little bit more information on NEFER, which will be available at the beginning of 6.0. Well, not 6.0. Luna 1. There we go. Is that officially what they're calling? I want to make sure before I start calling that every time now. Let me double check. Is this what they're calling it now? Yeah, version Luna 1. They're not calling it 6.0. Let me double check. Have they been calling the version 5.8 stuff? Yeah, version 5.8, but now they're not calling 6.0, they're calling Luna 1. It's whatever. Okay. Please clear your Raiden Echo challenge as possible. Okay. 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 Let's see. Are we gonna have time for that today? Put a pin on. Thank you for the super chat. Let's put a pin on that for maybe like about 20 more minutes. We're gonna yap a little bit more and answer some people's question regarding
Insects have a compulsion to follow
new
the
characters,
light.
new
Humans are the same,
information,
except we call
constellation
that
stuff.
light home.
If you want to give me your account information on Discord, ! Discord, we can get started on that. I keep getting sidetracked. Okay, so by the beginning of Luna 1, we are going to have leaks on NEFER. And since Llama is gonna be a support for NEFER,
Oh, you're dripping wet. That must be
we will
uncomfortable.
be able to make more
Let's take a
educated
break.
information
I'll use my fire to
whether
dry
we
you
should be
off.
pulling for more Llama constellation or not. Or we should be just saving all of that extra pulls on Llama banner and transfer that onto NEFER's banner. And that will be more impactful. I think that's likely the case, but we can always wait for information. And Llama is gonna be on banner for 3 weeks anyway, so we have plenty of time. It's similar to how we can wait for Flame's information when NEFER is still on banner. Thank you, Aoi, for putting Discord up. Why everyone having a hard time riding Echo? It's a... I think it's a thing that when we get used to, we get used to. It took me a while to get used to that, the Raiden Echo thing. I think I could potentially do it. It also requires a little bit of upward of decent artifacts on Raiden Hyper Carry and not Raiden Hyper Bloom to do it. You gave me that time last time, okay. Can you 002 Kid Boo, can you just give me send me a message in Discord so I know which one that is? Which one is you? I'm gonna do this real quick. Don't mind me farming for Barber.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big
The reason I'm farming for more characters right now is mostly because the theater in next version, the next theater, not this one. The next theater is going to have a higher difficulty that requires at least 28 characters. So I'm spending a little bit of my resin building more characters nowadays.
Trespasses upon the waters of Chinza. Coveting the shapes of the living, pure water can take on many forms.
The current hardest difficulty in theater is only requiring 22 characters at the minimum, and we can go up to 26 characters.
Take any shape.
Hello, Double Blaze.
Bring it.
Do people have...
Without solid
Alright,
ground,
real quick.
terrestrial creatures.
What
become
do people think of the increase in difficulty in the theater of having another theater level that wants us to build even more theater, wants us to build even more characters?
the power of water? is
One in the chat if you like it, and two in the chat if you don't like it.
letting brave names echo.
2, 1,
One who is
Okay.
ignorant of water's treasures fails
1.5.
to comprehend its horror.
Alex Russ, you have zero opinion. I'm calling you out. One if you like it, and two if you don't. One for yes, please. Two for no. Oh.
Burn it down.
This is the first time you can do normal mode in theater, so two, no. Too many to farm, no XP books, no morale, no fragile. Win two. Alright. I guess it's just better if I ask for Y for yes and N for no next time. People are getting confused if you run into it. It's fine. One is yes and two is no.
Any shape.
I see. Yeah, I think. Oh my god. People have some mixed opinion about the increased difficulty. Yeah, I think Genshin is
Small haven of tranquil water.
increasing the difficulty in pretty much all of the game modes, endgame modes nowadays.
And rivers flow. Water will
They are bringing the heat. Like things that we have to plan for and things that we have to build in advance to even sometimes have a chance at, sometimes even enter the mode at all. Use binary teams, stay binary. Binary should be 0 and 1. We are not even binary, Double Blaze. Primo, come to daddy. Alright, so get this, chat. Get this. I personally think, and people could disagree, but I personally think that the new difficulty in theater is a good thing. It is not requiring us to do more, but if we can do more, it's giving us more primogem. So what it's doing is basically it's gonna add one more difficulty in here that requires 28 characters. But if we do not meet that requirement, we can just go back to whatever difficulty that we have been doing earlier and get the same reward anyway. But if we get toward the higher difficulty at some point, then we can get a higher reward. It's not like they are raising the difficulty of a floor 12 abyss, but more like they are keeping the reward for floor 12 the same, and now they're adding a floor 13 for whoever can clear it. To me, I think it's a good thing, but maybe other people have different opinions. Maybe you think that it's like an obligation to be able to clear it. Which is a little bit silly, but I can see that. You cannot even finish normal mode. You're stuck at the last chamber. I think it's okay in the sense that there will still be a normal mode after they add the new difficulty. We will still be clearing and building for theater at our own pace. They should do it like Station, where the Primos in the easier round. Yeah, I could see they doing that. I think Station is one of the weirdest game mode in comparison to what we have been having before. It's one of the weirdest game mode for this game because all the juicy Primo stuff is at the easy difficulty, while both Abyss and Theater are locking Primo at the higher difficulty. I mean, there are people that prefer different system, I guess. It's just for veteran player, yeah. And it's... I wanted to add that it's for veteran system. It's a system for veteran players that do not punish early player. Even if they're adding more difficulties, the easiest difficulty are still there. They are not making the easier difficulty giving less. That's my thought behind it.
Try and stop me!
You're sweating your butt off yesterday. Theater are somewhat difficult nowadays still. They are adding some more of the gimmicky boss in there. How much Primo we getting from completing Abyss? Now that's the funny thing, okay? Abyss is actually the game mode that gives the least. Now, wait, I thought... Oh wait, no, hold on, sorry. Stygian is the game mode that gives the least amount of Primo Gem. And it's the most difficult game mode. But all the Primo Gem is just at the lower difficulty. Stygian gives a total of, what, 450 Primo. Abyss gives a total of 800 Primo. And I would say Abyss is like the middle in terms of difficulty for 3 endgames. And then there's Theater, which if we have enough characters for, it's piss easy. But if we don't have enough characters, we just cannot enter at all. And the game mode from Luna 1 from next patch is just giving 1000 Primo Gem.
Deliver your punishment.
Which is wild.
Water is its ability to take any shape.
They're giving 1000, by the way.
Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply...
You could say that... Okay, they are giving more reward for the quote-unquote easier game mode. But different people may disagree on which one is easy, and people may be saying that Theater has such a high cost of entry
is its ability to take any shape.
that we cannot get the highest difficulty anyway.
Light up the blazing sun!
What are the next IT elements?
One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also.
The current one that has just been reset 2 days ago on September 1st. The current one, just in case you may be confusing this one with the next, I just mentioned both.
Incinerate! Wrath from the sky!
The current one that has just been resetting 2 days ago is Burn Vape, so Pyro, Hydro, and
See what happens
Dendro.
when you lose your foothold.
The one that is going to be here in October is Electro, Hydro, Geo. Yeah, we have a lot of yapping time because I'm fighting this boss.
To take any shape.
Electro, Hydro, Geo.
I see everything! Pyroclastic surge!
Wait, really? This thing's not dying?
Fulfill our path! You two! Time to light it up!
We seek but a small haven of tranquil waters. Is that so much to ask for? As
What is the average stat for Raiden to do maximum damage? That sentence is inherently... that question is... I cannot answer that question. Because you're asking for an average stat to do a maximum number. In terms of stat, we can always improve our stat. You have enough characters to loot that level? Alright. The perk of being playing for quite some time. So there is not really anything to measure how good our build is other than Akasha, which is also a flaw system, but at least is something. At least this is not really comparing our build against anything, but more like comparing our build to the other people who are also building these characters. I would say that try to get within a top 10% is somewhat what I would normally do on a character at the very minimum. But you can look at the build and try to measure it in a different way. You can look at the total amount of crit substats you have, including both crit rate and crit damage, and you can say that I need this exact amount of crit for myself to be satisfied with my build. You can also do that. There's not really any measuring system. I'm gonna go and farm a little bit of books here, and then after I'm done with the books, I'm gonna log into zero account. Oh, I love farming in a new area. Watching stream while cooking because Timmy gave you no breakfast. Here you go. Aoi, here's my breakfast to you. Look at the stream. You missed the early part of the stream, so you must have missed this breakfast.
Alright.
Am I doing nod-krai help? Not really. There is not really anything to help regarding nod-krai right now. But I can answer you questions regarding new characters, new stuff, new mechanic, level 100. Which character to choose in the standard stuff, which character to choose in the constellation selector. Lamau, yeah, there we go. Have some breakfast, are we? So you made for breakfast? Alright, absolutely. I was having pho with beef yesterday with my parents for breakfast. It's a holiday, so I went back to hang out with my parents and we had breakfast together, which is some kind of a soft tradition that we used to do together when I was younger. Take mate! Yeah, it was nice. Yesterday was a Vietnam holiday.
Watch this!
Rise with the sun! Everybody stand back! Bring it! Get to work! See Lolly! Eat Papa! Get him!
I'm gonna show Flynn's mate. I'm sure the mates that Flynn has is a lot more refined. He's a certified cook. He can cook.
Teamwork is true!
What's Vietnam holiday? It's a holiday in Vietnam. Or are you asking which holiday exactly? Then it's similar to 4th of July in America. It's an Independence Day. It's a
I'm going in.
it's basically just a chance for
To work.
everyone in Vietnam to have a day off, basically.
Let's finish this.
So I can hang out with my family and extended family, and they are all having time off.
Off we go. Let's ride.
This festival,
Try and stop me.
kind of, yeah. They do this kind of I don't know what it's called in English. Let me see. Let me try to translate that to English. What is it called? They kind of doing a military parade because it is an Independence Day. They're doing a military parade with like showing off the different department of the national defense or whatnot, and then showing off some tanks, some weaponries. Me personally, I'm not seeing much of an appeal in that, but it's something that a lot of people watch on TV, and also if people are nearby, they just go on the street and watch the parade. Gotta go now. Maybe see ya. Yeah, I'll see you around enough. Thanks for hanging out. Your chat, National Day cash. It's true that Vietnam people are getting $4 for everyone for Independence anniversary. Oh, so you're aware? Yeah, the government is giving everyone $4, by the way, for the Independence Day thing,
Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
which is somewhat a laughable amount in terms of government is gifting you
Show no mercy.
kind of thing.
Eat Lolly. Eat Papa. Get up.
But considering how the whole country is consisting of a lot of people, it adds up, I guess. Oh wait, I got everything. You read the article 3 days ago? Yes. It's kind of funny, but it's also for the family gathering for people to just talk about. Like, hey, do you got the government $4? Hey, not you. Don't forget to claim the government $4. Yeah, it's fun.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
100 million population, yeah, that adds up to $400 million, which is a lot as a sum. Ever thought tanks are hot? I mean, there are definitely people that sees romanticize big weaponry, which is the entire appeal of games where we shoot guns.
Add Ash.
Which are there are a lot of them. Games where we control big weaponries.
Thank you for. Go.
4 times 100 mil. 104 mil. Double blaze. I don't know if you're ready for college.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
All right, let's log into Zero's account. If you win cars, you have your wife be a tank and squash you. True and real. Munching on bread and sausage. Sausage? With mayonnaise? Or with ketchup? One has BBQ sauce, the other one has ketchup. And one has mayonnaise salad. 3! Enjoy your meal then. Wait, not this way. This thing. How's your riding build? Okay, it's this is a respectable build. This is a respectable build. 75 crit rate on Raiden, 73, and 1 to 2 crit ratio. Holy crap! Let's see, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 11 wait 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 respectable. All right, it's probably enough. Let's go. Hello, Deb. Deb has a heart today. Kill Deb. Can you do your last chamber of normal mode, please? No. I'll do that. All right, what am I doing with this? I think there's a very particular combo that I have to do to get the burst back. Okay.
Illusion shattered.
Get the particle.
Strike.
Get the particles. Good stuff.
There is no escape. Now you shall perish.
Oh, amazing.
Illusion shattered.
Check this out.
Final warning. UF.
I got you covered.
Glory to the Shogun. Torn to oblivion.
Fire it up.
Stop right there. Hands where I can see them. Flash. No turning back. Now you shall perish.
I did not use Thomas' burst. That was a little bit gripping.
Check this out.
Final warning. UF.
Supporting fire.
Quiver. Storm the front. Inazuma shines eternal.
All right. All right. What's up? You're number one. Here you go. Here's your right insert. Your build's really good. Your build's definitely better than mine. Yeah, that's good. Let's go. Let's see. There we go. No. All right, you're welcome. Slung up. Should you pull for Llama Nahida according to your characters? I have any. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me take a look again at your characters. Can you leave your Cherry at level 80? That's fine. Cherry's level is mostly to increase her HP, which if you are able to reach 40,000 HP on her without going to level 90, you don't have to level her up. It's just maximizing her buff. For every 1000 HP she has, attack can be increased by 1%. So if she has 40,000 HP, everyone's in the team will be increased by 40% attack. If you happen to use stuff that gives her a lot of HP, she can just reach this without level 90. I think this is a little bit... Alright. Probably because you have Favonius Lance, you have to go with crit rate. So, wait, no crit rate? HP seems a little bit lower than normal, but it's 40,000, it doesn't matter. I would assume that Cherries can probably reach this with some nice artifacts at level 80. It's fine. Cherry doesn't need attack? No, she does not. She buffs by HP. Attack will increase her personal damage, but generally her personal damage is not worth investing into. When she has quite a bit of constellation, her personal damage can be okay, but still, that's not a priority. See if I Chef Pepper. If you have enough, I'll go for Daddy Flint's. Okay, let me see. I think, do you care about Stygian Onslaught at all? I mean, when I log in, you were at the Stygian Onslaught location, so maybe you do. But let's use that as a baseline. 0. No constellation. Do you care about clearing this at difficulty 5? Okay. Can we try your Raiden Echo? You can try to give me a super chat like Echo, like Zero did. Otherwise, wait for appropriate time when we're doing some help stuff on stream. This is an anomaly today. Shameless plug. I did a station for you last time. Alright. Okay. So let's take a look at the next Stygian. If you care about Stygian, we're gonna look at Stygian to optimize things. I think you have 36 star Abyss, right? Yeah. So likely not having to worry about Abyss, because if you build for Stygian, you're gonna ace Abyss anyway, because Stygian is a harder game mode. Nothing is free. There's nothing such as a free lunch. We're probably gonna have, by the end of this week, we will probably focus more on Stygian co-op helping. Stygian help, because Stygian is about to go away. The other stuff are going to away later, so we can do other help stuff later. So next Stygian Onslaught is going to have this enemy, which is basically just, we have to alternate elements to deal with this enemy. We have to use a dual carry team. This enemy is Bloom shielding, and this enemy is Lunar Charge and Electro Charge shielding. Let me try to make 3 teams for you. Team Aoi's 10%, she's gonna be gone for a moment. When you say percentage, are you meaning yourself as in the amount of energy you have, or you saying your phone? But either way, if you're already gone, that's fine. Let's create 3 teams for Station Onslaught. Station Onslaught 6. Well, it's technically not 6.0. Lunar 1, I guess. Are we dying? Yeah. Are we speaking like Kokomi? Energy low? 3 points of energy? You regret not pulling for Mahuika? It's okay. It's okay. She's strong. But it's not like the end of the world. You are probably just missing out on 1 feather per patch, which is... in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much. More so like for personal achievement. First, we're gonna have to deal with 2nd and 3rd team first, because that's the more gimmicky boss. You do have NEFER for the 3rd boss, so let's immediately put her on here.
Commencing task.
Probably can use Raiden.
Stay close and you will live.
And since we're here, I guess Yelan.
It's time to pull the trigger.
NEFER is already providing defensive utility, so maybe something like Kazuha. For the Bloom boss, how does Timon know about Nessie mental charge system? I know you too well. It's understandable. There are days that I am low on energy as well.
All right, after you.
I'm spying on you? Yeah, definitely. We're gonna need Bloom here, so what are we gonna do about this situation? We're gonna need Bloom over here. And we do not want Pyro. Okay, you have Bloom stuff. Let's go.
Don't tell me they did
Do you have
again.
Nahida? You do not have Nahida. So Bloom stuff is a little bit scuffed. I would say Llama is probably a good option for you.
Chivalry will never die.
I'll ensure your safety.
Behold, the Prinzessin der Talon.
Could be Sino against... Sino is Sino. This is gonna be Llama, then that's gonna be better. And first team, you have so many options for this. Let's see. We can go with this. This is mostly a Alekino hyper carry team, and this is gonna be mostly a Novelet hyper carry team. We're gonna need to kind of use 2 types of damage at the very least in this team. It's a bit tough, huh? What can we do to use 2 types of damage in this team? 6.0 opening characters are all characters that you own and have level 80. Nice. Chevy set, what do you mean by that? What's best sets for Chevy? Chevy sets. Ideally, if no one else is already holding Noblesse, then you use Noblesse.
right, team. Let's move it out.
If no one else is already using Noblesse, then you use Noblesse. But normally, probably Bennett is using Noblesse. If no one else is already using Scroll, then you use Scroll. Depends on the team. Maybe someone else is already using Scroll, and because Noblesse and Scroll do not stack with each other, then if nothing else, just either use her on what's the thing called? Song of Day Pass, which is a kind of healing buffing set, or just use 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP, it doesn't matter. At the point that you cannot use Noblesse or Scroll, then just 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP to get her to the required amount of HP, the maximum amount of HP. Instance on Scroll, you can use Noblesse or 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP. You know, I'm actually gonna do something like this. How do I distribute these characters? How do I distribute these characters? Kind of want a main DPS. Let's hear. Will Fischl do the job actually? Is Fischl C6? Oh my god, that's pain. I'd really want to get away with not using Raiden. I want to get away with not using Raiden. Could be this, I guess.
An insurmountable problem, I presume.
Behold, the Prinzessin der Welttalon.
Anyone need a coach?
A preliminary option is likely this.
I won't hold you back. Much.
Fischl is usually doing around... Fischl is not C6 though, so this is basically still a Alekino hyper carry team. Yeah, preliminary, something like this. But we probably have to distribute the teams a little bit better. Right now, I just see that this is still currently the weakest team, so I would say go for Llama. I'll say go for Llama. Station Onslaught is mostly about fixing the worst team that we have. Because it's unlike a base where one team can carry the other. Station Onslaught requires all teams to be able to clear. You pull for Fischl C6 and got a NEFER instead? Yeah. I would say that. Let me think about this for 1 more minute before I go back to my account. I would actually do this. Maybe, I think.
Stay close and you...
It's gonna be really weird, but I think this is actually the play for this boss. Oh. Double carry team.
You want me on your team?
On field Alekino for one rotation or right for the other rotation. You know what? Yeah, actually this works still. Is this struggling having high costs? Yeah, there we go. That's C6 struggling. Alright, let's put struggling here. Let's go.
I can't wait any longer.
What's this? A double carry team. Alright. Alright, I guess this is a more traditional team right here. Yeah, looks about right. You can definitely just use Like, ignore this stuff. This is gonna be llama, this is gonna be Kukishinobu for bloom stuff. And then you can also just use just Novelet stuff here.
For permitting. No.
And then add Hyper Bloom to it. This is still llama.
High hopes for this journey.
Some options there. Okay, we're good. I'm a little bit more happy with that because that uses more of this account strength. Take your cookie, Shinobu. It's fine, I log out. I'm sure your Kikuru Shinobu will be built eventually, that's fine. Cookie Shinobu, you just won she on 4-piece Flower of Day Pass. Flower of Lost Paradise, sorry, Flower of Lost Paradise, Paradise Lost, whatever it is, or Gilded Dream. And then you have all the main stat being Elemental Mastery. That's it. It's extremely easy to build Cookie Shinobu. Just get the right piece main stat, you don't even care about the substats. And get her to level 90 because Hyper Bloom cares about level a lot. Hyper Bloom only scales from Elemental Mastery and level. Getting from level 80 to level 90 is 30% increase in Hyper Bloom damage. If you had Lanyan for Alikino, that would have been good. It's probably fine. Alikino has several teams. And you can use Alikino with Silali. Who's this character? Oh, these are two characters, okay.
God.
All right, what are they cooking this time?
War.
They abandoned us.
Life cries out here.
I remember the final trailer being peak. Let's see what they're cooking this time.
No one can control destiny.
She's been chilling, by the way.
Their path only lies in the palm of kings.
Cedria.
The arrogant imperator is also a prisoner of fate.
Fate? Just some fun on the chessboard.
Even loyalty fades. And oaths and friendship begin to rust.
Foolish question.
Who's that character? I think I've seen her before. The other one.
Turn to dust. And the path you came from falls to ruin.
Is that also another new character?
Boring critique.
Even if you must fight yourself and doubts of the past strike like a blade.
How can one
Nice cinematic.
doubts herself ever hope to rule others? How can one be imperator if one only looks backwards? As for one, the one who
Shit.
once swore the oath shall answer it. For I shall sound the triumphant anthem that conquers destiny.
Extremely cool visual, yet a lot of reference I do not understand. I'll just appreciate it for the cool visuals. So that's also a new character. Okay. Are they dropping 2 trailers at the same time? Oh, this is 3 weeks ago. Okay.
Once
Celine.
upon a time.
Yeah, I remember this as a vividly like a character that resembles Mona when I see it.
The frigid depths of the ocean lived a sea siren princess who loved to sing. Like the beginning of all stories, one day...
Yes, she's swimming with a full suit. Let's go.
As expected, the unexpected happened to her. The princess, however, remained unfazed. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Cool transition, cool name drop.
Surprises are bad ones, such as a magical encounter.
Why are there more people here than...
Wait, how are they going from the final vibe to this vibe? Where's the story even going in Honkai Star Rail?
And there are cats who steal fish.
Give me back my fish!
My fish!
I'll be back!
The news of the sea siren princess making a ruckus in the market spread in the city.
Really pretty.
Hey, absolutely.
The monarch is here!
Don't worry. I'll take action.
Be gone! The Emperor!
An escape is unavoidable. Human pursuers finally exiled the two and drove them into the deep sea. But the sea also harbors evil. And so, on that day,
Now
the
kiss.
sea siren
No!
princess made a decision. Alone, she sank into the depths of the sea.
Before the deaths, sure.
In the frigid depths of the ocean lived a sea siren princess who no longer sang. She had never seen land, but danced
That's an interesting way to tell the story.
visions in her dreams of an encounter.
I thought the final stuff is already the climax. Cool. Alright, we can watch some of this.
Up Mizuki could actually be a good idea.
Alright, let's see some of the calculation regarding the stated character. So this video is from... who is this again? GXG Noi. Who does... the channel that does some calculation.
Just like last...
Do note that the calculation that are done on this channel is a little bit higher than average because of different assumptions, assuming higher artifact investment and 5-star weapon. But it's still a good source of information. This video is on which free 5-star should you pick in 6.0 calculation and analysis. So initially, when it comes to which 5-star to pick, I have been a little bit adamant about picking the one standard 5-star that gets you the closest to C6. But after doing a little bit of reflection on my own, seeing that C6 5-star standard is still a little bit far away, even if we really try. For the people that has not been playing a long time or have been wailing, I am a little bit more open to just getting whichever 5-star standard constellation that is impactful, rather than just seeing them all as stellar, masterless stellar fortuna dispenser.
Here, we can pick a free.
So let's take a look at some of the calculation.
Through anniversary.
I should be watching Honkai Star Summary. Yeah, they are on my watch list. I'm watching, still need to finish Wuwa Summary.
So let's go over how useful or not they all are, so you can make the correct choice for your account. If you find this information useful at all, please consider subscribing to the channel. Alright, starting from the bottom, we have Chi-Chi.
Why is this guy's video so low in volume?
She's one of the worst characters in the entire game. Her constellations are even worse. And then Dea, she's kinda in the same boat. There's not a single team in the game that wants her on it as a support over even 4-star options like Toma. As a DPS, Dea has some of the clunkiest gameplay, some of the worst
when you unlock,
and some of the
hello, damage.
She does get a lot more damage with all of her constellations, but her baseline is so low to where having them still won't make her good. But if you just really love Dea and want to make her viable, then you would want to pick up all the Deas you can to get closer and closer to C6. But if you just want a free Pyro DPS, there is a far better one you can pick here instead. She's in a much better spot than Dea and Chi-Chi for sure. And
it did not even do any calculation for Dea at all. Ouch. Alright, let's see. Keqing Facial Kazuha Kirara is doing 67. Okay. Keqing NEFER Jean Furina is doing 87. Wow. Alright, I guess we're doing I guess Aggravate Keqing is off the table then.
DPS standards have simply gone up way too much for Aggravate to keep up. But if you have a NEFER, you can use Keqing as your on-field Electro and Lunar Charge and have a decent team. Nothing too impressive, but
nothing too impressive.
Viable. The problem is,
generally, if you see a number from this guy's calculation, subtract 20% from that.
You already have a NEFER
for a regular damage per second number.
Make a stronger Electro team.
We'll get there.
Focusing more on the NEFER's own damage, and thus don't get any actual value out of getting Keqing. But if you specifically wanted to play Keqing, NEFER does make her valuable enough. And speaking of NEFER, that ties into Mizuki. Before this patch, I would have put Mizuki down with Chi-Chi and Dea, but she's actually gotten a lot better. Her biggest issues before was lack of good proper R-field hydro.
Diluc works in a plunge team. That's been his staple for a bit now.
But now we have NEFER as a far stronger Electro than previous options while not needing normal attacks, and we're also getting Aino as a better option than C0 Furina. So if you have NEFER and want a good, inexpensive team to capitalize on her damage with, picking up Mizuki could actually be a good idea. Between Mizuki and Aino, half the team would actually be free units. You'll notice I calculated this with Venti as the 4th slot. This is because if you aren't playing double Anemo, Mizuki is just a worse IFA and you'd rather use him. But if you don't have Venti...
Wait, really? Wait, really? Need 2 Anemos for Mizuki team? I've never really looked at this. Hold on, let me clean my screen up. What is the benefit of using double Anemo?
Go double Electro with someone like Aurora or Official instead. Now Jean, her main use case used to be providing BP Shred and Furina teams, which was good enough back then to make her one of the best picks, but most teams she was used in now...
I guess Mizuki buffed some Suo stuff.
But if you have Furina on a newer account without a lot of characters yet, Jean could very well serve you well in that healer role until you get the optimal units to use instead. Jean's other main use case is at C4. She's one of Wanderer's best teammate options, providing him with 15% attack speed and 40% res shred for 10 seconds. Paired with Bennett, she'll also apply a lot of pyro from our field, which can help with a lot of enemy shields and or mechanics such as the Lava Dragon. So if you're a Wanderer main, it is a good idea to pick up any free Jeans you can to work your way towards C4 on her. Eventually he's bound to get stronger teammate options, but Jean could still be useful even then for shield breaking. Next we have Diluc. He could actually be legitimately really good for a free unit. In his premium team of Citlali, Jianyun, Bennett, He's actually pretty close in power level to all the other top pyro DPS.
But why you building a Nemo Chaska?
Excluding Mavwika, of course. If you don't have these premium supports for the Luke, or you just do not enjoy Plunge, he will lose a lot of power, but once again, things go back to
Your math teacher never told you how to calculate mommy butt damage? What do you ask them?
Pretty good. You can even use Ino instead of C0 Farina and not lose out on too much damage.
Wait, hold on.
Having half of your team
oh, this is non-plunge dealer? Hold on.
Instead of C0 Farina and not lose out on
Bennett E, NEFER E, Farina EQ, Bennett QE, NEFER Q, Deluxe Q N1, 3E N1, Rotation 2, Bennett E, Farina Q, Bennett QE, NEFER E, Farina E, Deluxe. Okay, that's some very convoluted rotation for a meager amount of damage. Well, it's a welcome change from his usual plunge team, but it's
too much.
Personally, I would not play it over plunge team for the look. Blood Fallen, good to see y'all. You doing fine? Just kind of packed up with Hero Life stuff nowadays. Oh. Yeah, how are things?
Damage, while having half of your team be 3 units. So if you don't already have a good pyro DPS, I'd say the Luke is actually one of the best characters you can get, as long as you can build or work your way towards building his optimal teams. Likewise,
evolve into grass toucher.
Like a good Dendro DPS.
Dad, I'm touching grass too. In 10 days, I'm touching grass.
It's pretty solid, nothing top tier by any means, but plenty good enough to cover your Dendro DPS needs. After 6.0, it does seem that he'll be getting a much stronger team with NEFER, Ino, and Yai. It still won't be a top tier team, but it's legitimately pretty strong nonetheless.
Tenari, Yai, NEFER, Ino. Ooh, that's pretty decent, I'll say. 112, what is 112 on this guy? It's close to 100 if we are going with a... Ooh, okay. Auroron should be a good alternative to Yai. Do a 4th slow CA on turn to fill downtime. Will feel cringe, but oh well. Auroron, I see. It's a legit option, I guess.
So if you lack a Dendro DPS and want to have that role covered for any content where you'd really want one, or if you just really like Tighnari, he could very well be the best
option. You're gonna touch Lauma after 6.0, so it's better that you touch other grasses for the time being.
Some really strong teams. She works great as the second Hydro for Mualani Vaporize. You just cast Mona's skill early into the rotation to set up buffs, then by the time you swap to Mualani, Mona's skill is expired and won't be able to steal any vapes. And Mualani's team has a ton of front-loaded damage, so you can fit in either Mavwika's Burst plus 1 Mualani Shark Bite into Mona's Omen duration, or you can cast Mavwika before Mona's Burst and get 2 buffed Shark Bites, though I'd suggest the former for consistency. So this makes Mona one of the best teammates for Mualani, but she really shines at C1, providing 15 Vaporized damage bonus, which will increase Mualani's damage further by around 12% or so. Mona also works very well as the 4th slot.
Really? 12%? Alright.
Certainly better, but if you don't have her, the team is still absurdly powerful.
Hold on.
Really
I'm going to recheck that.
So this makes Mona Vaporize also works. Okay. The team is still absurdly powerful with Mona, and she's free, so if you already have Farina and Escoffier for Skirk, you can just pick up your free Mona and have the team set for life.
When I look at this guy calculation, I keep having to do this. Okay, 144. Good.
Never need to spend more Primo Gems on the team unless you just really want to go on a power trip. For other freeze teams like Ayaka and Ganyu, Mona can be used as a Shenhar alternative for them as well, but you will feel the drop in power much more, especially since your energy requirements will be higher. And then Mona also has surprisingly good.
You have Mona at C4?
Double Hydro team with Farina and
Mona at C4 is pretty nice for a Skirk team, because she buffs crit rate.
And she gets full uptime on Thrilling Tales due to how lowish her field time is. So Mona does a pretty good job of buffing her. This is certainly not stronger
than so-so. This is very
so-so. Double Hydro, but you can get Mona for free and you have to pull for Yelan, and you might also want Yelan somewhere else anyway. So yeah, Mona has some surprisingly good use cases and could very well be the best option for your account.
You know what? I think Mona is doing better than I thought she would be. Yeah, Mona is doing better than I thought she would be. Mona C1 seems to have a real use case in more than the team, and it is Skirk team. Well, not Mona C1, but Mona.
And that's everybody. To summarize, here's a...
I'll say I can probably try to play some Tanari stuff with NEFER and Ano at some point. I can probably do it on my other account. It's not gonna be impressive, but let's see if he can clear this. You got no Geo character? Better stock up then. Better stock up.
Dendro DPS and want to have that role covered for any content where you'd really want one, or if you just really like Tanari, he could very well be the best option for you here. Lastly, we have Mona, and she's...
Alright, let's see the conclusion.
And that's everybody. To summarize, here's a tier list ranking them, not ordered within the tiers. To recap...
You don't want to level up Goro, actually. You don't want to level up Goro for next tier specifically? Because next tier has Goro as a starting opening character, so you'll get nothing from leveling him up. I'd recommend leveling some other Geo character up.
Don't have a good Pyro or Dendro DPS.
Is that Geo standard?
Great if you play Navia, Freeze teams, or Mualani. Jean can be good if you don't have more optimal healer options for your Furina teams, or she can be good to work your way towards having her C4 to use with Wanderer. Mizuki is surprisingly decent now if you have a NEFER, but if you have Aoife, just use him instead and get someone else. Kachin can be viable as your Electro DPS if you have a NEFER, but you'd likely get better performance just focusing more on NEFER's own damage and using a support instead of Kachin. Such as even using Mizuki and getting her instead.
Your brother have C4 Mona is good with Skirk without Escofia.
Love her. Then you need to work your way to...
I mean, she is going to be good with Skirk, period. The synergy is there, but she will not replace Escofia in any shape or form.
On her as you can if you really want to use her as a DPS. And then Chi-Chi, please just don't. One quick last thing to mention though is, you might have one of these characters already at Constellation 6, in which case you could pick that character and get a Masterless Stardust that you can use to get one of your other characters to level 95 or even 100. So if you have that option available and don't have any particular need or desire for these standard characters...
What the hell is this? Okay. Okay. What am I gonna pull for in 6.0? Now, I can cheat a little because I have multiple accounts. But on my main account, I will pull for Llama. And in 6.1, I will likely pull for NEFER. They are going to work together. Like in NEFER and Flames, like Escofia and Skirk, all the good stuff. Skirk wanna Chi-Chi Furina? Is that a real question? Man of culture indeed. Have you seen my stream thumbnail? Same strategy as yours? Yeah. Apparently a lot of people has been liking NEFER more from her trailer.
Adventure time. Off we go.
I can proudly say that I've been liking NEFER from the start. Now, one minor nitpick though. I think her voice needs a little bit of oomph. I think NEFER's voice in the trailer is a little bit of like just reading from a script rather than actually saying things. Do you hear this? You get double flames and Yelan? Yeah, hope you get double flames and Yelan. Both Flint and Yelan, you mean? Or two Flints and then Yelan? Is NEFER Dendro DPS? Yes. She will very likely be. We only have some very sus lick at the moment, but she's very likely. Basically, how we can look at Lauma's combat kit and we see that she's buffing. But buffing who? Well, there's only one other Dendro looking character in the whole teaser of nod-krai. Cypher from Honkai Star Rail. How do you think it got pulled into the stream? Never been more jealous of a cat. A slight deviation from the topic, I would prefer NEFER to have a snake vibe. Or rather than just cat vibe. Be different.
Here in nod-krai, the power of Kuvaki is not to be underestimated.
Like, the voice line here just sounds like some VAs reading from a script rather than actually putting emotions behind it. I don't really like the voice reading here a lot. I hope that the in-game voice for NEFER is more expressive emotionally than this.
The power of Kuvaki is not to be underestimated.
Try JP version? Yeah, in a bit.
It sets machines in motion. And fortifies the creatures of this land.
And no way, Dahlia Power Grip!
Kuvaki
Buy a deer! Dahlia Power Grip, buy a deer! Or a goat, I don't even know. A goat, maybe?
Kuvaki affects everything, even the weather. It is the
Lauma is the most cool character if you pull NEFER, yeah.
And repel.
Basically. They are selling bundles nowadays. Deer. No more surprise baptism.
Of course. That's just the beginning of the story.
I mean, at this point, the voice reading is a little bit more expressive, and I kind of like that. But at the beginning, it's weird.
It is the power to attract and repel.
This upcoming line is okay.
Of course. That's just the beginning of the story.
I'd rate that a 5. A reading of a line.
Itching for more info? Stop by the Curatorium of Secrets, and we can exchange stories.
Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes! Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes! Not... Okay, Genshin Impact Japan. You wish you were the cat. You and me. You and me. Alright, let's hear if there's any redemption from the JP voice. She sounded hard. She sounded like a very poor attempt at a mommy voice. Like, just drawn every word out, which to me is quite tiring.
nod-kraiで月の力は無視できない。
Why is Columina running with Escopia? Where?
それは機械を動かし。
This is, I would say this is more like a 6 or 7 in terms of voice acting.
生き物に力を与える。
Alright, 7.
時には天気も変えてしまうのさ。
At least you can kind of hear that she is smiling in the way that the voice is being read.
それは引き寄せ遠ざける力だ。もちろんそれだけじゃない。他の話も聞くかい？碑文の館に来な。物語の物々交換といこう。
It sounds like a human speaking. The other one sounds like a slightly above average AI program, which I hope it's just because of the lack of direction for the voice acting.
Kuvaki is not to be underestimated. Nod-krai.
What is
The
this?
power of Kuvaki is not to be underestimated. It sets machines in motion.
Do you want me to illustrate the difference? Why does she have a trailer? Because she's gonna come soon. So this is what the voice is currently sounding like.
Here in nod-krai,
Here in nod-krai,
the power of Kuvaki
the power of Kuvaki is not to be underestimated.
is not to be underestimated. It sets machines in motion.
It sets machines in motion. Like, what does it sound like? It sounds like a person that has to read something on a speaker and they are tired. Let me just find lines. Speak. And fortifies the creatures of this land.
Creatures of this land. Creatures of this land.
It's the exact same. So how can you improve this? By adding a little bit of emotions behind it. Let me see. I think this is kind of an introductory speech, or maybe something that she says to invite people to discuss more information and sharing information with her. Let's try that. So the emotion, I'm gonna say, I'm just trying to make the voice reading sounds a little bit better. The emotion is kind of a little bit of explaining, but also a little bit of intrigue and inviting curiosity. So this is how I would read these lines. Here in nod-krai, the power of Kuvaki is not to be underestimated. So immediately you're gonna see and you're gonna hear a little bit of pausing in between the words to emphasize certain words. It sets machines in motion. The change in inflection, intonation between the voice, and fortifies the creatures of this land. Kuvaki affects everything. It has the power to attract and repel. Well, that's just the beginning of the story. Itching for more info? Stop by the Curatorium of Secrets and we can exchange story. Something like that. My voice acting is not the best, but I would say at least that's 2 points addition to this. So from a 4 to a 6. In comparison to whatever this is.
And fortifies the creatures of this
I'm turning to a male wife, thank you. That's how good that is, right? You gonna inherit Thomas' place? Mm-hmm.
Kuvaki affects everything, even the weather.
Good acting. This line is the only one that I think it's good. Here, one more time.
Kuvaki affects everything, even the weather.
It sounds like a person saying things. But yeah, alright, I've been jumping on this a little bit much. I hope her in-game voice just executed a bit better. Rather than sounding like a overly tired person all the time. 12 main figures in Luna 1 Act. She might get released in 6.0 and she's a main figure in our Conquest. I mean, I hope they are executing the story well, because the story, if I have to rate the story of different characters in Natlan as a whole in the Archon Quest, Genshin Natlan trailer. I'm just gonna roughly rate the people that has appeared in here. Moalani, if we are only rating her presence up until 5.3, it's a solid 5. We don't see her beyond her. We don't see her much in the Archon Quest. We see her a little bit more in her tribal story quest. Her presence in the Archon Quest is basically, I support my baby Kachina. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Oh, wee. But if we're counting the Summer Island, then she shoots up to a solid 8. Because we see a lot of Moalani characteristics and personality on display, and we see a lot more Moalani voice lines. A lot of this is just because of the lack of a character's presence in the story. We seems to be focusing much more on Kachina and her story arc, which is fine, but I would like to see a little bit more of this amount of characterization and focusing on this character story in the Archon Quest, distributing to many more characters. Kachina, I would say it's 7, even 8, with how in the last part of the Archon Quest in 5.3, we are also walking Kachina home and she is talking about how everything has changed. It's a nice touch. We can clearly see a character arc for her. And even going on to the Saurian and NEFER event, she seems to be taking on a little bit more responsibility and stop beating herself up for not being able to grow up enough. It's really nice. Kachina's story arc is nice. Kinech is a wallpaper. We don't really see much of him. He's just, I'm here. Wee! Bye. Wee! I'm here. Alright, here's the information. Wee! Bye. Kinech has a story presence of a wallpaper. This is a 2 or a 3. Varsa and Aoife is out? What do you mean by they are out? We don't see Vancales and O in the banner. Nalan's story was not that good for you except Captain's World Quest New Era. They were more better than Archon Quest. Yeah, the World Quest is so much better than the Archon Quest. Sidlali, we do see quite a bit of her presence in the story. I would say it's close to a 7 for me. Her caring for Auroron definitely can be executed better. If we count her tribal story quest, then it's like a 9. Her tribal story quest is explored really well. Silonen, she's a character that everyone comes to when they need something to be fixed, but beyond that, she's just a person that worries about things. That's it. we don't see much of her personality in the Archon quest. She's like a person that thinks about things, calculates things beforehand, and says that, hey, here's a risk, all the stuff. We don't see much of her personality beyond just lazy. This is a 6. This is, oh my god. There was an attempt when they are trying to kill, when they kill Quichi, but it's not executed very well. I'd say 6.5. This is a very solid 4 because I'm disappointed how they did not explore more of her story. There's so much juice in her past, they're just glancing over it. That's it. Capitano. Capitano is 6 to 7. Everything up until the point where they decide to kill him, it's fine. But the moment where he just sit on the throne and leading up to that is a little bit anticlimactic. It's a little bit anticlimactic. 6-7. That's it. I hope they are doing a better job in nod-krai, because all these characters are looking so beautiful. So beautiful. These characters. We have Jehoda here as well, I think. I hope they do them justice in terms of story. All the potential washed away in that, yeah. I don't know what do you mean by PV, but I think they touch on the potential of her past in the animation, but never really touch again in game. They explore so much inconsequential stuff, like the part with Subalanke. That quest is just not hitting the mark. They are trying to portray Mahuika as being already moved on, but we don't even see the part where she is having trouble with the past for the move on thing to be earned. Everything about Mahuika and the representation or show the Archon is pretty much bullshit. The whole story can be done a lot better. Exploring her internal struggle and all the thing. We talked about that a lot before. I like the potential that they put into this character. They're just not exploring it. Oh, head Natlan you can defend, but Mahuika head you boo them. What do you mean? That sentence makes me uncertain which you are for and which you are against. The overall story of the war thing, I think Natlan has been executing pretty well. People are very impressed with the war stuff in Act 4 of the Archon quest, but Act 5 is failing to bring it home. It's a very loose tie at the very end in an attempt to bring everything together. Hey Ari, have you been having breakfast? There's a lot of stuff in the Natlan that's bad. Well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Natlan that's bad, but there's also a lot of stuff in Natlan that's good. And it's not always entirely fair to talk about the bad things without talking about the good things. Yeah. Even in the Archon quest, the cutscene animation has been improved a lot. There are a lot more hyper cutscenes. And even in the dialogues, there are also new animations that are good to characters, that bring them a little bit more to life. The war quest is nice. I would like them to put a little bit of budget to World Quest into the Archon Quest, because the Archon Quest seems to be marketed more as something that's front and center. World Quest is not voiced, and I don't think everyone is doing them religiously as an Archon Quest. They make Mahuika a character with no flaws. Yeah. I want to see more internal struggle from Mahuika. I want to see Mahuika. The sound of Mahuika's clan is having trouble. Even if her plan is good, I want to see her doubting herself at points and not always be so confident. It's a character that's always just good, but at the same time the story about that character is just boring. Your morning's so slow? How so? Have you had some coffee? I got one person who lost all their friends once, never doubt themselves while drugging random people into a plan. Yeah. Alright. It's alright. I have a nice video for us to watch. Let's see. I think I have put that in the watch later. Since we're on the topic talking about story, let's see.
Natlan was a roller coaster, and now the ride is almost over, and it's Natlan was a roller coaster.
All right, gotta get the volume up. Oh wow, this is a 30 minutes video. Okay.
Natlan was a roller coaster, and now the ride is almost over, and it's time to look back once more. It's always interesting to take a moment at the end of a major version to revisit the highs and lows and try to figure out your feelings towards it on a grander scale. When I looked back at Sumeru and Fontaine,
I'm gonna increase the volume a bit
to walk through every update in turn, then share my overall thoughts about the region. For better or for worse, Natlan is just built different. There's so much to talk about, and focusing on a single version at a time just does not provide enough perspective on each point, and even though I've tried, I just couldn't do it justice. So instead, let's start with the expectations and then go wherever makes most sense from there. Before we get into it, I have one important point to emphasize. A small minority get offended when anyone says anything negative about Natlan because they enjoyed it and feel that any criticism essentially means this is stupid, anyone who likes it is stupid, and it should not exist. That's not what I'm aiming for here. It's a fact that some people loved Natlan, and there's nothing wrong with that perspective. It's also undeniable that others were disappointed with it, or at least some parts of it. Personally, instead of devolving into a tribalistic fight about which perspective is right,
Tim, who do you think could have died in the playables? Are you talking about all the playable characters?
A different way is wrong, or to try and convince them that I'm right. This should all go without saying, but I guess it's necessary to emphasize it every now and then. And as I've said many times before, it's awesome when someone comes into the comments and shares why their experience was the complete opposite of my own. Natlan was the nation we knew the least about. The Travail trailer was of course pretty cryptic, the Natlan section was titled Incandescent Ode of Resurrection, and the voiceover talked of rules of war, victors burning bright, losers turned to ash, and the god of war sharing a secret with the traveler. Ian Sun was the featured character, a fiery kid whose bright and colourful design hinted at her cultural influences, and something about her expression looked kind of fierce. Aside from that, we had hints from item descriptions, throwaway conversations, and the manga, much of which was second-hand for many of us, very different to all the other nations. Some details which stood out were the Sea of Flames, which had recently turned into a silent plain of ashes, a phoenix worshipped as a deity, which had gone missing, a disaster called the Black Tide, and a historic hero known for recruiting allies from 6 major tribes. We also knew that the region was known for its hot springs and volcanoes, and that Bennett had been found in a desolate place called the Marajavari. At the end of the Fontainar conquest, Neuvillette mentioned that Natlan is the nation of dragons, and they evolved to live alongside humankind. Meanwhile, Liben simply told us that he didn't want to go to Natlan, and that in his time there he had fallen into a hole. That really was very little to go off. Mystery always leads to speculation, and the rich and varied cultures Natlan was intended to take inspiration from could make it something special. Many heard ideas like Nation of War, volcanoes with a sea of flames, and losers turned to ash, looked at the harsh and devastated landscapes of Inazuma and speculated that we might see another nation much like that, but with added volcanoes and fire. Instead, we got a bright and colourful world filled with dinosaurs who looked more like Pokemon than anything else, with vivid graffiti splashed across.
It got a backlash from people's expectation clashing with what the developers had in mind, mostly because of the cryptic stuff we had. The cryptic information we had, which I think I am currently seeing a similar crash out from some Columbina fans who have had a vision of her being extremely creepy for a long time, and that turns out to be not the vision that the developers have. That is understandable. The headcanon we've had for a long time in our head, it's a little bit disappointing if it's not the case. Could have seen Mohika depressed at one point. Capitano tried to help her and Mohika refused Capitano and resulting in Capitano dying, making her even more depressed because of Fatui declared war. I think that is that's a little bit weird, because if the story is coming to a close like that, it's a weird ending note for an Archon quest. Like, it's ending on a low note. I would much rather it's still going with the flow of Capitano helping somehow and then he sacrificed himself. But in the process, we're gonna have the drama happening earlier where they do not work together very well, but at the climax of the drama, they work together well, and Capitano sacrificing himself. I think that's gonna make for a story that's more in tone with Genshin kind of storytelling. That was cut off region that people cannot even live. Yeah. That does not change the fact that people are gonna have a headcanon about things based on the limited information they're gonna have. We can justify it all we want, but people's headcanon is a real thing. And if things are not matching up to their headcanon, there is understandably disappointment. And combine that with more stuff that's not living up to expectation or more stuff that is subpar, then it's gonna be a full-on crash out. But I'll say if people are not expecting this, but Natlan absolutely delivers on the story, then people are gonna have different feelings about it altogether. It's just combined a lot of things that did not go right. To be fair, the lines about Columbina suggest there's more to her than her current visuals. Could be. Could be. Though in the current marketing, they are making Columbina quite waifu, which is not a lot of people's headcanon about her. They could have easily hinted at one frame of like you can do things in like, visual where there's the camera just focusing on her, but there's one frame where things just goes wrong, and it's like the distorted eye of an angel or something like that, and that's absolutely fine. It's just a very minor teaser. I think they're just going, at least in the marketing right now, they're going with a very waifu vibe for her, which I don't have a problem with, but I see that some people are having a problem with. Yeah, we don't need Capitano to die early for Mao. We got to be depressed. Yes, Koichi died. Hello. Just have Mohika to be depressed because the people of Natlan die. There's so many people dying, by the way, 1,000 of them. Give Koichi death more emotional weight in the story rather than just Chaska screaming into the air and that's it. Give it more weight. It's one of those Columbina fans that thought she's a psycho god, but seeing her real damselette in distress, so sweet and loved more than current expectation. Yeah, that's nice. Columbina headcanon was still with her being secretive doesn't make her biblically accurate angel. I mean, that people keep building on top of each other headcanon, right? And like one people says, oh, she's creepy. The next person says she's gonna have a lot of eyes as a basically a great angel, and the next person is gonna say, and she's gonna one glance from her, we're gonna lose our mind, whatever. The people just build on top of each other, which is not a bad thing, but it's sometimes can be derailing and not what the developers had envisioned.
The spectacular cliffs, a beach resort nestled amongst the hot springs, and a shattered landscape riddled with chasms to explore. This was unexpected, but I actually loved the visual design of the world and the Saurians. It sparked nostalgia for my childhood memories of the original Spyro trilogy, reimagined on a grander scale. Any Genshin player who cares about exploration remembers that first moment when they saw Mondstadt's rolling hills spread out before them with Dragonspine looming on the horizon and felt the yearning to explore. That feeling is the thing I want the most from Genshin, and our early glimpses of Natlan's world design absolutely nailed it for me. And as always, the music was perfection.
Music was great.
Are never going to escape the accusations that they are secretly a music company who just happens to make some games to justify their creative genius. It was a joy to hear unfamiliar musical languages brought in from other cultures, and some of the tracks were up there with the best in the game. While many people wished for something more akin to those speculations, I was pretty sure that after the initial shock wore off, most would come around eventually. Maybe they would always feel a little let down that we didn't get that more serious tone for once, but often that kind of disappointment is forgotten once you get your hands on something new. There are of course some who felt it was too childish for them, but that perspective always makes me think of the C.S. Lewis quote about how, when he became a man, he put away childish things, including the fear of childishness and the desire to be very grown up. This is, after all, an anime game. You'd hope that people who are self-confident enough to appreciate that combination in spite of its undeserved reputation would be less prone to the same tendency. I can understand the disappointment that we didn't get that devastated, war-torn landscape people had dreamed of, but Natlan's beauty more than makes up for it for me, especially in the later regions. Natlan is stunning, and the ancient sacred mountain is just utterly magnificent.
New OST sick! We can put that on a little bit later.
That may come as a surprise to the people.
Jessica could have done a debate to Mavuika, who she is to force us on Princess Wall where she's mostly stays at speaker chamber. Yeah, absolutely.
Even half paid attention would
absolutely. I think someone else could do it. But Jessica may not be the person at that moment specifically. Maybe we have to change the story a little bit, because at that moment we are already very close to the completion of Mahuika's plan, because Jessica is the last person to get an ancient name, and by that point everyone knows that Mahuika's plan has succeeded. But other people could have just lashed out at Mahuika's plan prior to that point. Or maybe try to have a different low point before the certainty of the plan success. We need a different low point. Kuchi doesn't work because it's immediately accompanied by the success. The most person who could have crashed out, Capitano can. Or somehow try to make... We have to change... If we do that, we have to change the meaning of Chaska's ancient name meaning. Because if the ancient name is about sacrifice, then Chaska will just have her answer immediately when Kushi dies. Let's have Chaska ancient name something about trust. Then have Kushi die and Chaska does not immediately have an ancient name. Then we can change the story trajectory from Kushi die, oh shit, but anyway, ancient name. Let's go! Avenger assemble. To Kushi die, oh shit, crash out. Then, only by working together, she gets her ancient name, and then we finally have the Avenger assemble thing. We can do that. It's a nice idea now that I think about it. Just make a little bit of distance between the lowest moment of the war, which is Kuchi dying, to an emotional beat, and we can have the high a little bit delayed. I still found it really funny how the ancient name guy is just appearing next to Chaska when she's grieving Kuchi. It's so funny for some reason. And then the H&M guy is walking over to talk to Traveler. Is that Shaska? Anyone remember that shit? It's such an emotional whiplash.
No, I never said I hated Notland's aesthetic as a whole. And don't worry, we'll get to the exploration and the tribes themselves later on. The only region which I didn't find as exciting was actually the Summer Islands. The resort is cool, if a little anachronistic.
This is really cool.
The landscape feels a little like a copy-paste of the earlier Notland region, but without the spectacular views, which was jarring in comparison to the previous summer events, which had all been so much more unique. Despite it feeling
really
uninspired, the aesthetics are still fine, and the actual experience of exploring it was a lot of fun. Overall, Notland's world aesthetics were a big success for me. I've also talked about my disappointment with the Notland Archon quests in detail elsewhere, so I'll just give a high-level overview here. After Fontaine finished on what was, for me, the best Archon quest in the game so far, I had high expectations. And for the first few acts, Notland delivered. It still had its flaws, of course, and for those who didn't vibe with Kachina, it wasn't
up until
even
Act 4, it's pretty
good.
nice.
But since I adored her, I enjoyed the start just as much as Fontaine's opening, and while Act 3 was less engaging, at least it wasn't Meripede. Act 4 was the high point. Many felt frustrated by the slow balloon rides and wanted more consistent action, but for me, it evoked a lingering dread punctuated by brief moments of violence which people actually
this is the
experience
peak
in
of
war.
Notland.
I wish they had left the world in disarray afterwards and delivered on those dreams of war-torn hellscape which we
You like Summer Island a lot? Me too.
The quest itself
it's so
was a
nice to
great
explore.
Experience for me. If the story had ended there,
the vibe
it
is
would
whimsical.
have come pretty close to meeting my expectations, despite the story's much more straightforward direction. Unfortunately, I disliked the interlude which followed and was then very frustrated by so many aspects of Act 5, as explored elsewhere, which unfortunately overshadows the earlier acts. A disappointing ending can sour your enjoyment of a story as a whole. Just look at the collective trauma Game of Thrones fans went through when that show dropped the ball. I still feel the opening was pretty great, and it's sad that people's experience with the final act left so many of us unhappy with it overall. But while Notland's Archon quests left me dissatisfied, the world quests more...
World questions die. What made Kinech die for one act, making a Hall take over him and having a Hall fight Mahuika because of Dragon contract? Want to see the evil Kinech but still hero. I can see a little bit of that. Now, first of all, I'm gonna say, that's a very cool idea. That is something that puts a little bit more of Kinech's story and Kinech's personality on the line, which is largely not explored in the Archon quest or even his tribal story quest. The whole thing about a Hall and how he made a contract with it, what's the consequence of that? Why does a Hall so cheering so much for Kinech to die whenever he is low HP in-game? We never really got any... what's the nature of the contract? We never really get any of that explained to us or spelled out to us in the major story. I think it's a nice way to incorporate a little bit of that. Regarding the explore, how do we explore it and how we fit that into the Archon quest, the rough edges of that idea may need a little bit of sanding. But I think that could be a cool idea. Kinech dying. At that point, we have not done the world quest yet to know of the dragon contract thingy or dragon thing. So it may be a little bit hard for them to explore that in the Archon quest. It's something about pacing. Kinech actual character arc? Yeah, right. More like male character arc? Genshin could never. Sir, Novelet arrives the story a peak, by the way. I'm sorry to disappoint and not supporting your agenda.
Then made up for it. In previous regions, I enjoyed them on occasion, but I often found myself wishing they would halve the word count to make the pace compelling. There was always interesting lore to explore, but when the storytelling is such a slog, I struggle to care. In Notland, we got the little buddy, Baby Potato, as he's known in my world. Throwing a baby dinosaur at me is a shortcut to making me care, but they built up our relationship with the little guy so well over time, and slowly deepened and widened the lore the quest explored while keeping up with the heartfelt moment. These quests were a joy to experience in so many ways. The gameplay mechanics were varied and entertaining, the writing was more streamlined, the story and setting of each section felt more epic and compelling than the last, and the final act in the depths of the volcano genuinely brought me to tears. They made me care about Natlan's history. This was a showcase of just what Genshin side stories could be when done right. And it was great to see the moment in the Archon quests when the people we met in the World quest showed up to help us on our way towards the climax. This was exactly what many of us had been crying out for years, to make the World quest feel more meaningful, and I'm so glad they included those callbacks. This year's story-focused events deserve a ton of praise as well.
Oh yeah,
Lantern
right,
Night
those
stands out
two.
the most
Holy
for
crap.
me, since it was so unexpectedly moving and added so much depth to previous characters. The story it told echoed the Archon quests in many ways, and yet, even though it came out in the same patch as
This
Patch
should have
5,
been Hu
somehow
Tao's
they
story
did that
quest,
story justice
other than
despite
the
their
Nothing
previous
Burger that Hu
fumble.
Tao's
This
story
was
quest
such a
was.
contrast that I made a video at the time which explores the similarities and the differences, and why Lantern Ride worked so well for people who had disliked essentially the same story a mere couple of weeks earlier. The other standout for me was the Tournament of Glory in Bloom, which again stars some baby dinosaurs, so I was basically lost to that from the first
I
one.
think this
They
is
did a surprisingly
This
great
is
job of integrating the event's unique gameplay challenges into the narrative for once, which was a welcome change, and again the story told was fantastic. There were so many moments which brought me to tears, and the final
I think
cutscene
the
had me
Mikowa
sobbing. It's a little
Bloom
cheesy,
Festival,
a
which
little
was the
Disney-esque,
Inazuma
but
thing,
really
was
hit the
a little
spot
bit
for me.
better.
The Mikama Festival had some solid
Because
storytelling.
it does bring a little bit of character development for Raiden, and explore a little bit of the only friend that Raiden had, despite all of his fan service type stuff.
Too, and also integrated the minigames into the
Oh,
story
Mikowa, yeah.
really well.
Talking
It
about
found
right
a
now.
great balance between bringing back so many characters we haven't seen for years and telling a compelling story which explores one
Nothing
fan
Burger,
favorite
yeah.
character's lore in a little more depth, and it even tied it back to the overarching plot of the world. And they
Ari, stop talking about Nothing Burger. Make substance comments. Come on, you can do better.
also added the Traveler's Tales. While I had always wished for characters to be present in the world outside
But
of
I've
Quest,
seen-
I hoped for it to
yeah.
be just a normal day-to-day thing. So at first, I was a little unconvinced at this being a time-limited event. It was more fun than I expected, with many touching moments and some engaging storylines, plus some random little tidbits. to round out the
Shan-Yun
rest.
stalking.
It was a welcome change of pace and a great way to add more character moments without needing a full quest. Shen-Yun
Random
going
kids
holiday
on the
to Moonbat
street.
was particularly memorable, though Chi-Chi and Yaya
That's
together
me
has to be my
on the
favorite.
ground.
The summer event story was kind of mixed. I enjoyed it for the most part, and some of the character interactions were chaotic fun, but something about it felt more like someone's fanfiction of what the characters might do on a summer holiday, and it lacked the emotional
it's fine.
moments I had loved so much in previous summers. Bennett's backstory felt sadly out of place in terms of tone, plus it was maybe a bit rushed, and for me
It's
it
very
just
rushed,
highlighted the fact that we're never getting a true explorable Marajivari. I'm glad many people enjoyed it, but for me it felt like this whole thing could have been so much more.
It's so rushed.
But the one event quest which I'll forever be the most disappointed with is the Subceres Festival, and that's entirely due to the lack of voice acting. This was before the
This, oh my god, this is so forgettable, by the way. We just get a festival together and that's it. There's no substance to this quest. There's no character development. There was an introduction to Setos, I guess.
true color
Oh no, not introduction to Setos even, which is randomly mid Setos in here. I do not even remember what that's about. Ugh.
of the strike had become clear.
Have I checked the next imaginary elements? Electro, Hydro, and Geo. Oh, when? Where? Okay. Go to this website. Homchcat Wiki. Homchcat Wiki. This is a website maintained by leakers and data miners. So most of the information from this website are quite useful. Characters, weapon, artifacts, which include the not released yet but currently in beta characters. Imaginarium Theater in 6.0 or October. Next upcoming Stygian Onslaught, upcoming Spiral Abyss. It's very nice. The people making this website is mostly data mined from the beta testing, so it's quite reliable. There are some other websites as well, but I mostly use this. Yeah. The name is a little bit hard. You can go back and find the exact name. Yeah. Chichi Anecdote says Genshin don't want to give her a story request.
So pretty much everyone was still supportive, but even then I found
You're Luna blooming! Me too!
Entire game.
Luna bloom but no seed. Cause NEFER eats all my bloom seed.
Was getting the celebration she so deserved, and my experience of it was kind of ruined by the lack of voices. The little radish deserved better. Overall, the event storytelling throughout Nutland has had a surprisingly high bar as a minimum, and while they did sometimes devolve into a bit of a yap fest at times, there were moments where they proved just how good Genshin could be if Hoyo actually did their best. And as I mentioned in another previous video, one area where Nutland absolutely raised the bar is the one aspect of the game which is the most important to me. I'm talking about those long and convoluted sequences of mysteries and puzzles hidden in the world for explorers to stumble upon and figure out on their own, with zero dialogue at all. People usually lump them with the world quest, but the way they work is different, so I call them ambient quests to differentiate. In the early regions of the game, these existed, but were relatively rare, and they were the highlight of my experience with the game. The most iconic for me is probably the Chi of Yore, in which you hunt.
How did my day go? My day was going pretty alright. I also have a quite slow morning today. And the morning for me, it just feels so tiring for some reason. I don't know if it was a headache or not, but it was incredibly hard for me to wake up this morning. I kind of wake up and feel tired and then just go back to sleep. Gradually that feeling fades as the day goes on. Probably, I don't even know if it's from the holiday yesterday. But right now, I'm feeling a lot better than morning already. At this point, it's nice. Just hang out with everyone.
To a village, eventually unlock a cave in the depths of Leo's mountains, then fight your way past waves of overpowered robots to find a cave of treasures as a reward. Nutland took these ambient quests so much further than they ever did before. They're larger, more elaborate,
the little one,
more
right?
impactful, and more numerous. There are countless small moments like this hidden around the world. For example, that area in the first region where you find saurians locked in cages. Then some others
I remember
across
this.
the ground, leading you towards a cave system used by the Fatui to experiment on the poor dinosaurs. The regions released later on leaned into this even more. The peak for this in the entire game has to be the Sacred Mountain, which was packed with countless dragon mechs for us to discover, free from their predicament, and then ride through the glorious skies onto the next region to explore. This is my favorite part of the game. The fact that Nutland took it to new heights makes me forgive a lot of its other flaws. I hope nod-krai can do this even
You know what? Now that she mentioned it, I appreciate these things as well. I kind of lump it to exploration in Nutland, but I think it deserves to be a separate bullet point.
As well, and maybe give us some puzzles which are a little less simplistic too. The other
Want to see Chichi Cry have a heartbeat again? Doesn't have to be tragic one, just a kind of story where a depressed character gives them life again because she's dead. It'd be nice. I hope they do it in some lantern ride. It would warm people's heart.
The new structure for the Tribal Chronicles, I was so
Long holiday
excited.
fucked your sleep cycle.
I love the idea of embedding each major character's story into a larger exploration of their tribe's culture, and it sounded like it had the potential to meld the best parts of the world building in World Quest and the character depth in character stories.
Travel Quest is either hit or
They were
miss.
a mixed bag instead. Molani's and Kinichi's were underwhelming. Shiloni's was pretty decent, and both
Molani I think
Siglani
is
and
okay.
Chassis were great, proving that it's not the format itself which was the problem. And finally, Varesis was entertaining but bizarre. I think the problem with those first two was that they felt a little superficial, like we got less about the character than usual and less about the world building, when what I had wanted was at least the same amount of depth of the characters themselves, with extra depth to the world building and more space for a larger cast of characters too. Those later ones were better though, so maybe they were just getting used to the format. And then there was Skirk's quest, which I just could not take seriously. The story itself was fine enough, but the use of blobs instead of even NPCs made the whole thing feel so low effort, which is so bizarre for such a long anticipated character. The realm they built for her was beautiful, and the still images they used were gorgeous too, but the rest just left me unengaged. Fortunately, it's an outlier, and the other quests throughout Narland showed significant improvement in animation. The pre-rendered cutscenes have been fantastic, and they've started to make the characters interact more consistently in Engine 2. NEFER's quest was a decent one to end the year on. It had a bit too much yapping at times, some awkward NPC voice direction, and her robot voice.
You know what? I think NEFER quest is one of the quests that I care a little bit more, and it's engaging the whole way, rather than just seeming like a fetch quest where we have to go here, get this, go there, talk to that person, go there, do that. It feels like it has a purpose all the way through. So you just want 5-star Kaya? That's your Risley? Oh, you mean like Kaya? You mean Z Kaya? Alright. He's gonna rip off his fake eye patch, and then he's gonna use Sharingan to increase his cryo power by 10-fold, and his sassiness by 100.
Solid story with emotional moment, lore which tied her back to the depths of Natlan's history and built anticipation towards nod-krai. And
the first quest was well written. I think so.
And
even in the part where the stake is not very high, I think it's still doing a good job of creating a little bit of intrigue for people to keep moving along. Except for the, oh my god, I can't believe my eyes. Was that one character from Lee Yue? I think the quest is doing at least quite well in terms of pacing. I don't feel that we are doing pointless thing just for doing pointless thing and dragging the quest playtime out more, but rather doing actually meaningful stuff that is relevant.
Overall, it was far more polished. It just makes you wonder why Skirk got such different treatment. And note that I didn't mention Paralogism or Space and Time for You because I haven't played them yet. Around the release of Paralogism, we found out that the SAG-AFTRA strike was finally going to end, and some of the English voice actors said they'd be recording those past quests as soon as possible. Since that can make a huge difference to how engaging the quests are, I decided to hold off and wait to get the true experience. It's taking longer than I expected. If they don't get added in version 6, I might have to go in and do them anyway. I've heard they're good, so I'll just have to wait and see. While I love the world's aesthetics, I did have my problems with the exploration in the regions released in 5.0. The visuals and the music spark that need to explore, but even though exploration is my favorite part of the game, every time I set out into the world, I found myself underwhelmed by the experience. The characters and the Saurians get a lot of blame for people's dissatisfaction here, but I feel like they're only part of the story. In the first regions, the distribution of points of interest was a bigger problem. The world was much more sparse with larger gaps between everything. It did feel like it was deliberately designed to be annoying to traverse just to sell the characters, but even though I have Morlani, Teenage, and Shilonen on my main account, I still found these areas to be far less fun to explore than the rest of the game, and a large part of that is just the sheer amount of space you had to slog your way across to get to anything. This is the opposite of what many would expect. They think traversal freedom always equals smoother exploration and a more engaging experience. Instead, as I always find myself explaining, the abilities available to the player influence the decisions the devs make when designing the world. In this case, the balance was just a little off for my tastes. And this was even more noticeable to me because the later Natlan expansions didn't have this problem. Oj Natlan was built around Chaska and the Kukusaurs, so it could have easily ended up being even worse than those first regions. After all, designing a world for flight is significantly more difficult, and there's so much more scope for the traversal to be frustrating.
I don't know if I entirely agree with her here. I think 5.0 region and 5.2 region are fine. They are roughly the same. I kind of like the 5.5 region, which is the Electro tribe, a little bit more though.
if you don't have the right character. And yet, I enjoyed exploring it a ton on both of my accounts. There are loads of updrafts and vents which reduce traversal friction.
I don't think
more
it's
importantly, the distribution
that
was much
problematic.
more diverse. And then the Sacred Mountain was even better. Spectacular world design, comfortable distribution, and
this is really
amount
nice.
of those ambient quests hidden around every corner. This region is up there with the best of Genshin for me, and my only complaint with it was that I wanted more. Such a stark contrast to the first area of Natlan. While those later regions managed to get the balance right for my preferences, it's still worth explaining why the traversal was a problem to so many people. I have always been a little uncomfortable with exploration mechanics built into limited characters like Kazuha or Yelan, but since they didn't make that big a difference to the experience, it seemed just about acceptable. In Natlan, traversal was front and center in every character, and it had a much stronger effect on the world design. The alternative for anyone who skipped the characters was the Saurians, and to me they always added just a little too much friction. In other regions, exploring was a seamless loop of see something interesting, traverse to the thing, interact, repeat. In Natlan, that became see something interesting, look for a nearby Saurian, indwell them and slowly lumber back to where you started, traverse, interact, repeat. And the Saurian traversal was always just a little more janky than the characters. While that adds only a little extra friction to each iteration of the gameplay loop, it is constant, and it builds frustration very quickly. I feel like it wouldn't have bothered people anywhere near as much without the distribution problem in those earlier regions, but even in the later ones, it's still a minor annoyance to many. And note that this is a major region that the summer event
Hopeful quest like
so fun to
Ryan
explore.
got chosen by
The Uncharted do
Dragon,
have their
who get
own
voice
fair share
acting.
of jank, but by combining all the
that would be nice.
traversal mechanics into one entity, they
The voice
actually make
acting
the
is
traversal
really
feel
doing
half
wonder
decent.
to
And with all
make a
that
quest
said,
more
I'd
engaging.
imagine one complaint which almost everyone can agree on is that the cadence of the new map updates was a little disappointing.
They
Since
do
the
give
start of
Saurian
version
nears
2,
the
they
challenge.
usually release
Wherever
new maps
that
back-to-back
we
at
have
the
to
start of
use
each
a
new
particular
region, then
Saurian,
more of a
we can
balance
always
for
find a
half the year,
Saurian
and
nearby.
only the later patches in the lead up to
Almost.
the next new
Almost,
version
almost.
felt like lots of filler to those who are here for exploration. In Natlan, the map expansions were more spread out, and there were fewer of them. This may be because they're larger, but while I've seen some people argue Hoyo expected us to take our time and explore them at a more leisurely pace, they also introduced events which provided extra Primogems if you
They
completed
want
80%
us
of
to
the
explore
exploration within
fast.
2 patches of each map's release. This made many people rush just a little and exacerbated this issue. The summer map being permanent does complicate things, but for me, Natlan felt like it was missing at least one exploration patch. As someone who plays for exploration first and foremost, I'll be disappointed if we don't get at least a little more next time around. While some people seem convinced that I despise the Natlan cast, I actually have
Oh my
mixed
god,
feelings
very
about them.
similitude.
The
What is
perfect
that
example
word?
is Faressa, who is one of the worst offenders when it comes to feeling out of place to me. I like her. She was adorable in her quest, her aesthetic is cute, and I love that she got a unique new model with extra attention to detail. The subtle but realistic jiggle to her thighs is the kind of thing which makes a huge difference subconsciously. Her playstyle is fun too. It can be a bit chaotic, but it has a freedom of movement during combat which feels fantastic. I had been unsure based on her trailer, but was happy to pull after trying her out for myself. But just because I like her doesn't mean I'm doomed to be blind to any flaws. She lacks
I think actually Varessa is a character that's the closest to the Genshin, if people could say like the older aesthetic, because she's the character that is not using any of the technological advanced stuff. Which I think is what most people complain about when they talk about Natlan character design. Varessa is the character that does not use any extra technology stuff like Mahuika, like Celonen, like Kinich, or Jaska, or did I say Mahuika? Yeah, I did say Mahuika. Silali is just having a payload, and that's fine. That's nice. Varessa head is kind of forced. Yeah, I don't even know why that is. Are they just hating her because she has a different model?
many of the design features which make the majority of Genshin characters feel like they're
It's just a sweater.
from the same world, and her vibe overall feels more like a ZZZ character than a Genshin one. I saw a fan design which really emphasizes that.
Oh, okay. This is actually nice. You know what? This is actually nice. Did they actually enlarge her boobs? Hold on, did they enlarge her boobs? Yeah, you know what? This is one of the design I can get around behind. One of the design I can get behind. It's not like overly trying to push an agenda, but just making her fitting more into the world building. I actually like this.
Second point. It takes the same inspiration, the colors, the same direction overall, and makes her feel less modern and much closer to her inspiration as a result. This design still lacks many of those shared design details which make the rest of Genshin feel cohesive, but it would have felt much more coherent with the design of Nutland's world and NPCs. This kind of dissonance between the design and the world has been a thing for some characters ever since the start of Genshin. Just go look at Diona, for example. But in Nutland, there were only one or two whose design didn't make me feel like they were out of place. That all felt like an interesting subject to explore, so I dug into why I felt that way and explained it in depth in a recent video. If you're a Nutland fan who wants to understand why others felt differently to you, please watch it with an open mind. Overall, there's something I like about each and every Nutland character, even though
I think similarly within Nutland, I think similarly is a character that has a design that fits better into a fantasy world like this. Ian-san is a character that also has a design that fits for me. Molani is okay. Who do I think fits? Auron, it just does not really have any design to begin with, so he's just bland and he's inoffensive but also bland. Ifa is nice, even though he's actually using a gun. I think Ifa design is nice and fit into the Nutland world. Which other character? I think that's most of the Nutland cast, right? The other are just having something a little bit weird about them, which is not a huge problem for me, but I can see people having problem with it. Everyone cannot be pleased. A lot of people hate Kinech as him being the mostly ancient inspired and hate Varisa also. Wait, what? Mostly ancient inspired? I mean, because they are hating for different reason, right? Kinech in combat has a extremely high-tech view, how he shoots his cannon. And the people who likely hates on Varesa is for an entirely different reason. They're not the same people. You got Molani on 10 PD, you sad you didn't want her? Were you pulling for Bennett?
there's something about each of them which feels a little off. When it comes
in Sunfits, Morgan I love, but she doesn't.
Combat,
she
Night
doesn't.
Soul
No.
is, unfortunately, one of my least favorite mechanics in the game. There's always been a slight tendency towards restriction in Genshin's combat design, for example, through elemental immunity or
It's a nice mechanic for us to traverse faster or more further in that land. I don't think it has any purpose beyond that, the Night Soul. Oh, she's not talking about phlogiston. Fuck. Okay. Night Soul as a whole. Got it. Night Soul mechanic. Got it.
One of my least
Let me re-listen to
when
that.
it comes to combat, Night Soul is, unfortunately, one of my least favorite mechanics in the game. There's always been a slight tendency towards restriction in Genshin's combat.
Varsa is supposed to be a wrestler. People hating her because fan service and showing too much screen. Wrestler show skin! Hello? Wrestler show skin! I'm sorry. Hello? What? Okay. Buh. That's such a... those people would have such a weird take.
Combat design for in the game. There's always been a slight tendency towards restriction in Genshin's combat design, for example through elemental immunity or shield strength and weaknesses. Before Nightland they were simpler, less restrictive and less impactful in combat. Fontaine's Archie is a useful...
Her comfy vibe did not fit with the wrestler aesthetic that they seem to want to go with. Yes, I agree. I would... They are trying to kind of sell a backlash of a character that has her cute moments and her cool moments, but I think they are underselling her cool moments a little. And at the end, the people that end up do not get Veresa do not get to see the cool stuff. All right, let me try to find an enemy. If they are showing this more, hold on. I think I did not do this. Just sidetrack real quick. Sidetrack. This is not relevant. Where's Amber? Okay, here's Amber. We'll get back to my point in a bit. Oh, I've done this. Okay, never mind. Here. Bruh. Come on. Where are the enemies? Give me some enemies. Thank you. If this aesthetic is a little bit more front and center, then it's a little bit less clashing to people's expectation. If this aesthetic, and maybe they can change her outfit a little to represent the kind of wrestler vibe, then I think people would vibe with Versa a little bit more. But I will not say all, but most of the promotional material focus on her cute vibe a little bit more, which is this. I understand the direction they are going for. I think they are going for the polar opposite a little bit too hard. That ends up diluting her other side. Sweater and the leg warmers, yeah. Got some RPG boobs. Hey, Jackson. Versa of the mask is bad. Mask is badass. Yeah, I agree. What would Genshin players would know about female real-life living person who breathes, touch grass, showers daily, make a living, and works as a wrestler, and compare that to an Indian character? That's a fine line. Actually, there is a very fine line. It's still a fantasy and a game at the end of the day, and a lot of stuff people just have a skewed expectation about, and if it is not close enough to the expectation, it's not gonna sell well. Video games, and imagine like medieval video games with female characters. A very contentious thing is female armors being revealing or not. There's a very fine line about that. If you gonna make female armor as stocky as male armors, they don't sell that well. But if you make it too skimpy, people are also having a huge problem with that. So you try to have it go somewhere in the middle. So obviously in the real world, it's gonna be covering as much as possible, but it's still a game at the end of the day, and they're gonna have to make it appealing somehow. Having the armor, even though when it's unpractical, having the armor still highlights some of the female curves somehow. Even when it's still covering everything, the armor is still at least somewhat showing the curves. So that's the point I'm trying to make. It's not about how real it is all the time, but it's also about how appealing it is to the audience. Pressa could have been better if she was like Fischl, like super edgy, is cute. I think Fischl is a character that a lot of people has to come around to, especially if they do not have access to the old Fischl quest to understand her story. I am one such person. I was being like so to Fischl for a long time, but more so because she is a strong character that I use often. And then as I use her more, I hear more of her voice line. I just look at more of her story part from stuff, and it's from her character screen, and I look at more of the videos regarding her story, then I understand her more and she grows on me. But if I just look at visual design from the start, it's not a character that immediately grasps my attention. It speaks to me. She's like, eh. Tony Machios, welcome to the stream on the Twitch side. Hello there. People missing out on Amy Law is a tragedy. Yeah, it's such a tragedy, which it has been fixed at least now at least. Hold on. This is the first time that a summer area and the summer story are permanent. This is the first time that it has ever happened, which I hope they're gonna continue doing. That's one. And second, they're gonna retroactively add the previous stuff back in, because it has important laws in there. It would be cool to have a bit more of an edgy vibe to Varsa, considering how the music is punk metal. They could definitely sell that more. I mean, the edgy, they do have the edgy stuff to Varesa. They do. Which is exactly coinciding with her metal part. It's just not front and center. They're trying to sell the cute side more. Varesa trailer. They're trying to sell the cute side more.
Sleepy. I'm hungry.
The thumbnail of the trailer is this.
Oh, sleepy. I'm hungry.
Wait, what? Hold on. The first thing we see from the trailer is this. And then we have to go until here for this. This is cool. Slipping in her shoes. Also, what video was that in the homepage? I don't even know. What is it? Oh, are you going to eat the guitar? This one? Or this one? This is just Sino, by the way. She's the goat. She is. Oh, this is a cute video. Farina, go ahead, perform. Yes, you're the stage queen. Yes.
In my dreams, I feel yawning. I feel love is born again.
God damn, where's this song coming from? Hold on. Is this song copyrighted? Is this song copyrighted? Hold on, chat. Is my stream gonna get nuked, chat? Okay.
In the moonlight, rising stars. Remember the day I find in love with you, darling. Won't you break my
Oh shit. Oh shit. Holding hands. Oh shit. Touching shoulders.
Won't you let me go?
Chat, don't look. Chat, don't look.
Close your eyes now, and you will see this rainbow for you and me.
A kiss. Oh my god, chat. At least they're not holding hands. Oh no! Oh no, they're gonna hold hands! They held hand! There's too much! That's a weird skipping animation, but right? It should have been me! Not him! Oh my god! Oh my god! This is officially a 21 plus stream now. They held hand. And a move! Who's this creator? This is peak content. This is peak content. Srijan, you did not know what you got us into. Chat, we're gonna need time to recover. Exactly.
Contrast. It was just a little extra damage instance which Fontaine characters had in their kit which would weaken certain enemies. It didn't limit team building because all the enemies which included this weakness were just as easy to beat through the elemental system as
that one person who spent $600, maybe they expected this. Yeah, absolutely.
It provided a new road to victory,
obviously their fiance is not providing that experience to them, so they have to turn to an anime character in Genshin.
Influence on team building, and many enemies designed
it's not fair
are very annoying to fight without.
That's not fair.
There are ways to get around it, but those are few and far between, and in the end, the number of possible teams you can
That's big. You almost got burned for envy.
Reduced by the existence of this
pretty peak content right there.
That's all fine if you want to go around
enough YouTube for you.
Characters or the few team compositions which can manage the more restrictive requirements to beat the enemies without.
Gonna go cry in the showers.
So many characters out in the cold. This game is fast approaching 100 playable characters, and personally, I get a lot of joy from experimenting with unusual combinations. This mechanic is designed to make that less viable, so I just flat out dislike it. And a smaller point along those lines, which has
I would like to say that. All right, so go back to the video here. She's talking about how the Nitso mechanic limits character. No, it's not really about the Nitso. It's about how they are designing characters. It's not about the Nitso. Just look at Skuk and Escovia. There is one character that Skuk can play with. No, it's not about Nitso. There is one character that Flames can play with. No, it's not about Nitso. Then there's gonna be one character that NEFER can play with. It's not about Nitso.
For a while is that the trials for
Rina helps reducing my anxiety. Yeah.
Any spot where you actually fight in the trial is either right next to an Everflame seed or has a bunch of the smaller seeds nearby.
But there's Skogevkovia in Everflames.
Contrast to how things work outside of Natlan. How important this is varies wildly for each character. Shilonen is at one end of the spectrum since she feels exactly the same in combat either way. The opposite is Morlani, who I love playing whenever the Phlogiston is freely flowing, but who I just flat out dislike outside of Natlan. I expected there to be a difference, but it was still shocking just how big it was, and I don't think I'd have pulled for her if her trial had given an accurate combat experience of how she feels elsewhere. And when it comes to endgame content, this year feels like a slow and steady decline. One of Genshin's positives until recently was that the ambient power creep was pretty mild. Even when there were new characters who were direct improvement on an older one, the older character could still clear all the content with ease. It seems that this is mostly out the window now, and that's just for the Abyss. The new endgame they introduced recently leans into that even more. Many of the issues I covered in my video about the Realm of Tempered Valor event apply to the Stygian Onslaught as well. It has some really cool ideas. The rewards are valuable. It's tons of fun to make.
I'll listen to this, but my perspective on this is quite different. All the Primo Gems are available at the lowest difficulty, which is not the lowest, but the lower difficulty, which is accessible to almost everyone. We have had a lot of these conversations before. But yeah, I'll listen to see if she has some different points regarding this. Long money for, yeah.
Mess around with teams in co-op, and it's cool to have a new way to farm some artifacts, but at higher difficulty levels it's just a pain to play and it's insanely restrictive to specific characters. That isn't to say it's impossible without the characters it's designed for, but it sure isn't as forgiving as the Abyss. Honestly, I'm just surprised that I've managed to clear Fearless both times so far. I really wish Hoyo would consider adding Endgame where difficulty isn't achieved through ever-inflating HP pools and a restrictive timer. Most people want
Yes. 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 All in all the end games are still about HP and timer. I wish they have something a little bit doing something different. It's just about HP and whether we can kill it in times. I wish they do something different about it. I wish there's an end game where we have to do a certain kind of skill thingy. I wish there's an end game where we can just take our time with it. And the reward is for whether we can perform a certain thing. I hope there's an end game. They did this before. I hope there's an end game where it includes exploration into the mix. I hope there's an end game where they include just different things rather than just a timer ticking down. I don't have an idea what that would be, but things are just looking quite similar. Yo, brother, you need this character to bring the most out of the character you want. Fancy getting both for 200 pulls? They straight up do a bundle. They could. You can get a discount for getting this bundle together. You can get a discount of guaranteed. How would that be? If you lose your guarantee for the first character, you will get the second character without having to worry about 50-50 because they have the bundle. Only cosmetics should be locked behind swirling, not the artifact re-rolling thing. I would not say so. I would not say so. It's unimportant enough. It's unimportant enough that I think it's fine. It's certainly not as important as a few pulls. It's certainly not. The re-rolling thing comes and goes. It can certainly be absolutely mid. It's just another chance of rolling. It can be trash. I think it's inconsequential enough that the re-roll thing is there. And it's fine. Personally. You want them, then earn them. You already got the Primo Jab. What? In the past events, there was no re-rolling stuff to begin with. We get Primo, we get Mora, we get some XP books, that's it. Now, there's a feather. And just one more feather, by the way, because it's likely that you can already get one feather from spending 1,200 present, and one feather from just clearing the menacing difficulty, which is difficulty 4. It's just one more feather, by the way. I think the game mode is mostly more about the personal achievement of clearing it. And the other stuff are just twinkling on the side. Yeah, it's nothing more, nothing less. I think that's mostly about it. Though I do have a minor concern about Stygian Onslaught and Endgame nowadays in total. I do have a minor thing that I dislike. Hold on, let me clear these enemies real quick. Is that the end games nowadays are, I think it's quite specific. End games nowadays are quite specific and restrictive in terms of the enemies we have to fight. The other feather is just on menacing. Yeah, you can look at this. Mostly single target too, yeah. So we can get one feather from menacing, we can get one feather from fearless, and we can get one more feather from just spending 1,200 resin. So if you are not clearing fearless, you are only missing out on 1 out of 3 feathers potential. Okay, but I want to talk about the thing that I find end games nowadays, it's a little bit restrictive. When we look at these boss, the potential for team making is quite limited. We look at this, we want Electro or Hydro character. We look at this, we want Natlan character. We look at this, well, this is a more interesting boss, to be honest. This is one of the more interesting boss. And there are several ways we can deal with this. We can do by breaking its shield, we can do by not triggering its shield, and so on. Spiral Abyss nowadays also having the buff to floor 12, also making the game mode more restrictive. We look at this, we want to play Electric Charge or NEFER. We look at this, we want to play a Natlan. Like, we can try to brute force it with a Skirk team, and when I discovered that I can brute force it with Skirk team, I was trying this and I was having quite a bit of joy from doing that. But it's just lacking the thing that makes me interested in making multiple accounts and playing multiple characters in the first place. Me as a player, when it comes to combat, I like the variety of things. I like when I can think about things in a different approach. I try it from an unconventional approach to things. The fact that they are giving clear indicator of what is good and heavily favors what is good for these combat encounters is somewhat taking some of the blinding joy away from me when it comes to combat. When it's done with moderation, I think it's fine. But when it's done to a over the top, it's making the blinding phase less fun for me. It's making the thing of just combining different things and see what comes out on top, trying different things, trying with an error and see what comes out on top. Is removing that part for me. One thing that I actually enjoyed about this was I planned to go into this Abyss, Station Onslaught with these cast of characters. This is what I planned, but at the beginning. Where's my Shanyun? This is what I planned, and I have a Mohiga team up here. Standard stuff. I can't remember what it is, but it's Mohiga stuff. I think something like this. But the end result of how I clear this is looking quite different than this. How I clear this at the very end is looking more like so, where I have a Raiden team. The Skirk team has to be completely scrapped, where I use Mohiga here. And on top, I end up using Baressa. This was a fun experience for me as I swap things around. Just having to change things around is a big part of how I like to play the games. Having multiple options to deal with things. To boost Frost topside of Farina Escovia? Yeah, on the best. Got it. So it was a little bit of roundabout of saying this. The point was, I would like the endgame to be a little bit less restrictive, or if they are shielding things, they are doing it to a more moderate amount rather than doing it to an extreme where if we cannot use it, a certain kind of team, then we are not clearing at all. This is also very apparent when I do helping for Abyss or for Stygian Onslaught, where if an account do not have a good Natlan DPS, then we're just not clearing it. We don't have to even try. We would know the result from the start. If an account do not have a good Hydro or Electro DPS, they're just not clearing. The Cactus, the Mexican. Who tell to apply Pyro more than web? Yeah, that absolutely works fine. I think that kind of jankiness and that kind of creative thinking out the box is what I adore about team making in this game. Who does skill applies Pyro? Yeah, the flower. Yeah. That was very nice. That was cool. I think you could try Shangling with just using Gooba, but I think Wu-Tao works fine too. Check your teams. What are your teams? Oh, see. Oh my god, there's a little bit of more to this video. I think I'll try to skip to the end. See the overall, and I'll probably watch it some other time too because I want to hear the overall experience. For Onslaught? Okay. Can you post a picture of all your characters in Discord so I can give you potentially some recommendation? Who tells better for Pyro up? Really? How often does she apply Pyro? I never check. Who tell Wiki? I don't think she's applying more than Shangling, right? Blood Blossom. Enemies affected by Blood Blossom will take pyro damage every 4 seconds. Each enemy can be affected one at a time and its duration may only be refreshed by Hu Tao herself. What is the duration of Blood Blossom? Okay, I see. So it seems like it applies pyro 3 times with a 4-second in between. So it's slightly better if you are doing your Molani bites slowly. It can be better. You're on my friend list. I cannot see all of your characters. I need to see all of your characters and not just the ones you have on display. Because there are sometimes a character that might be good, but people are not realizing it, or people are not haven't built them yet. And we kind of need that. When it comes to restrictive team building, we kind of just need everything we can have access to.
Want something to spend their time on which is fun and engaging, and other games have managed it before. Version 5 also introduced a ton of technical improvements and quality of life features. For example, another playing field,
yep.
and I can absolutely incredible. And
Animation, nice.
a lot of the more abstract criticisms of Natlan seem to be a little confusing to people who loved it. So let's talk through a couple of opportunities to make it awesome, which I feel Hoyo just completely ignored. First, the tone and level of conflict. While I understand their desire to break expectations and make Natlan feel like a joyous celebration of color and life, I wish they had tempered that with some serious tones as well. To give just one example, imagine if the border with the Abyss had been in the real...
Oh, you mean the team you used to clear Station Onslaught? Alright. Mahuika Molani Varesa. Nice. Very nice. Mahuika Jessica. Have I heard that song? You've been fishing your whole life for the catch jungling paradise. I have heard that song, yes. This is very nice. Nice clear. How well will this... How well will this Warlady, I wonder? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice. Ooh, HP. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice. Nice build. These are very nice clear. Congrats. You clear this with this team? Holy crap. I think I was struggling with this team a little bit. Was I? Was I struggling with this team? I think I was getting this team just on the timer. Ah, I see. Nice.
World rather than a separate dimension, maybe from north to south across Natlan's western edge. The traveler entered Natlan from the east, so at first they would encounter regions like the ones we got, populated by the bright and happy tribes of the Collective of Plenty, the Masters of the Night Wind, and the People of the Springs. Guides. While they each contribute to the war effort in their own way, their distance from the front would lead them to live happy.
Wait, really? You value Song of Day Pass more than Viridescent Veneer? Really? Oh right, I did not even notice the first time. You value Song of Day Pass more than Viridescent Veneer? Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna double check these stuff. Oh, nice. These are actually some scuffed stuff. But maybe Kazuha, yeah, actually Kazuha will help with that, because normally if we're using sucrose, there will not be enough hydro for all of these three characters to react with to trigger their artifacts. Kazuha needs to react with hydro for Vivi, she needs to react with hydro for Scroll, she needs to react with hydro for Instructor, but with the Kazuha version, because he can reapply hydro, I think it works better than Sucrose version. If I use Sucrose, I cannot reapply hydro, and hydro would be gone by the time I go to the Traveler or whichever pyro I have, and cannot react anymore. This is a nice team. Alright. Alright, boom, 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 boom. Nice, nice. Chaska is really good at breaking the shield here. I wonder if you are continuing to attack with Chaska when the boss is down, or are you attacking with Mahuika? Just wondering. Sucrose better with free one demon. Kazuha helps better for NA damage, yeah. What we're doing tomorrow's stream? Tomorrow's stream, I don't have a stream tomorrow. I have a stream on Friday morning for me, and a stream on Friday evening. If you want to ask for, wait, hold on, help. Let me try to find the best time for it. If you're in my Discord, you will see my roughly planned stream schedule. And the Genshin nod-krai Lord deep dive. We actually did not do this, but we are reacting to a ton of stuff. Yeah, about new stuff, level 100, constellation selector, banners flame, I know, we did that. I plan to watch some Wuwa story summary and recap on my Friday morning stream. And Friday evening stream, I plan to clear my theater and just yap more about whether level 95, level 100 realistic for non-well, is it helpful for the game. But this Friday evening stream is a little bit more loose in terms of timing. Probably can do some helping. And on Saturday stream, I plan to do some last minute Stygian Onslaught co-op help with difficulty 4 menacing. So that's the rough schedule of the stream. If you have some ideas of what you want me to do or help with, you can let me know during the stream or in advance, up to you. What's better, R1 Kazuha or Sucrose for Molani? I think R1 Kazuha is better. I think R1. Kazuha R0 is a little bit worse than Sucrose, but I think R1's Kazuha would make him better. C6 Sucrose is better with no characters. C6 Sucrose is not a real thing because it's so hard to infuse or absorb an element into her burst. It's very hard. In a real combat situation, it's often not happening. You need help with Fearless. I could do that on Saturday. Sucrose is not having anything more. Sucrose is not having anything more than Kazuha in Nook department. All of Sucrose cooldown, Kazuha also share. Kazuha is having similar cooldown to Sucrose, is what I'm trying to say. So Sucrose, they are both holding the Viridescent Veneer set, so that's a given. She has an 8 second for her buff, EM buff, also 8 second for her EM buff. Viridescent Veneer is 10 second buff duration. Kazuha is also having an 8 second damage bonus buff with 10 second Viridescent Veneer. If we use Kazuha burst, then the buff duration from his passive is extended a little, but Kazuha burst is often ruining Molani's Vaporize because it's either he is swirling the elements away or his absorb elements is doing the Vaporize instead, so we don't usually use Kazuha's buff in Molani team. For Molani, which is better, Sucrose? If no signature weapon, Sucrose. If signature weapon, Kazuha. I could do this. Here, I can make it not mistakable. Kazuha or 0. less than sucrose, less than Kazuha R1. It's simple. Đấy. Kazuha R1, Kazuha R0, sucrose. If you have the Hida 6 weapon, sucrose is good too. Yeah. Yes.
Sheltered lives without much exposure to the conflict. But as you head further west, the influence of the Abyss begins to creep in. Maybe there are some scarred regions devastated by past battles, maybe there are soldiers patrolling, or blighted areas like Sumeru's withering zones which need to be cleared out. The other 3 tribes live on the front lines, forever fighting, forever vigilant, forever at war. And maybe there was a 7th tribe, furthest to the east, whose...
Okay, hold on. This is some interesting stuff I want to hear.
A lot of the more abstract criticisms of Natlan seem to be a little confusing to people who loved it, so let's talk through a couple of opportunities to make it awesome, which I feel Hoyo just completely ignored. First, the tone and level of...
C2 Kazuha does nothing for Molani. Because for C2 to be active, you have to use Kazuha's burst, and if you use Kazuha's burst, he is messing with Molani Vaporize.
Conflict. While I understand their desire to break expectations and make Natlan feel like a joyous celebration of colour and life, I wish they had tempered that with some serious tones as well. To give just one example, imagine if the border with the Abyss had been in the real world rather than a separate dimension, maybe from north
It's
to
similar
south
for
across
any
Natlan's
other
western
reaction
edge.
team.
The traveller
really.
entered Natlan from the east, so at first they would encounter
Mahuika
regions like the
Melt
ones we got,
also has the same
populated by
problem.
the bright and happy tribes of the Collective of Plenty, the Masters of the Nightwind, and the People of the Springs.
It was
Farmers,
peak back in the day,
priests,
yes.
guides, while they each
Was really good for Aggravate team, is really good for Electro Charge team.
to live happy, sheltered lives without much exposure to the conflict. But
Yeah,
as
not
you head
anymore.
further west, the influence of the Abyss begins to creep in. Maybe there are some scarred regions devastated by past battles, maybe there are soldiers patrolling, or blighted areas like Sumeru's withering zones which need to be cleared out. The other 3
Alikino
tribes live on the front
Monopyro
lines,
team can
forever
use
fighting,
Kazuha's
forever
but
vigilant,
well.
forever at war. And maybe there was a 7th
Alikino's Monopyro team can use Kazuha's burst just for the extension of buff duration, but Alikino Melt team also does not want to use Kazuha's burst because it's mess with the melt timing for Alikino, which is unfortunate because we have to use Kazuha's burst for Kazuha C2 to be in effect and it buffs elemental mastery. It's kind of weird.
Furthest to the east, whose city lies in ruins, lost to the Abyss generations ago. This would have been a very...
It's the video you stop watching to watch the stream, XDD. Now you're in the best of both worlds.
Much more visible. There would have been fascinating tensions between the tribes. Maybe some of the people from the peaceful regions would feel the war is not their problem and dislike sending some of their produce to people to support the frontline tribes. Maybe some of those from the frontline would feel resentful that the others live a more cushy life on the backs of their self-sacrifice. Their unity in the face of those tensions would have emphasized their strength as a nation, the skills of their leadership, the resolve of their people against an overwhelming foe. In the Natlan we got, those tensions between the tribes were far in the past. Hoyo's decision to set things up the way they did is a valid one, and it let them tell the story that they wanted to portray. But for me, the world they hinted at when they gave us glimpses of the past was more compelling, more fitting as the nation of war, and filled with...
Yeah, you know what? I think that is somewhat a missed opportunity. Different tribes having conflict with each other is an interesting point to build up tension. And different tribe having different disagreement will also potentially lead to questioning of Mahuika's plan, which is nice for Mahuika's character development.
With fascinating interactions between interesting perspectives. Another common criticism that people misunderstand is that the technology of Natlan doesn't feel integrated into the culture.
Versa did not join tournament this time.
So to give an example where this is done right, let's talk a little about the
Missed
Horizon
opportunity,
series.
yeah.
I'll give a brief explanation of the backstory, which will
Alright,
include some vague
technology.
building spoilers, but I'll avoid touching on anything relevant to the plot itself and any of the more interesting revelations about its history. The premise of the setting in Horizon...
Oh, actually, Horizon Zero Dawn is actually having a setting quite similar to Genshin. Yeah, now that I think about it, I do not play this game, but I watched some of these games in the past years, like just less player and streamer playing it. It's actually quite similar because the world of Horizon Zero Dawn is a kind of primitive world that's inheriting the technology from the past. world where the civilization has been wiped out or something. I don't know too much about it. It's quite similar to Genshin. All right, let's see what the parallel is here. I think it can be brilliant.
It's pretty bizarre at first glance. Robot dinosaurs, tribespeople hunting them down with Stone Age era tools, really? But the way it's all integrated into the world building is fantastic, and we can see the lore's influence on everything in the world. Aloy's story.
A horse should have been one of the bad guys in Natlan when in Molo. A horse is such a missed opportunity.
Nature, which is
It's hidden at so cool the contract stuff with Kinage, but never really explored.
With only a few regions which have built up a wider political structure. Her quest is to understand who she is and where she came from, to uncover the truth about the past, and to fight an existential threat which hopes to unleash a second apocalypse upon the world. Their technology level is an interesting mix. Most of the people use Stone Age era tools like bows and arrows, supplemented by materials scavenged from the robots. Others have developed more advanced technology. For example, the Oseram tribe are metal workers and craftsmen, and some more adventurous individuals spend their lives trying to uncover the secrets of higher technology lost in the apocalypse, though much of it is shrouded in fear and mysticism. This backdrop influences everything. Robot parts are woven into clothing, superstitions and traditions revolve around the ruins of the past and the robots of the present, and all of this is central to religion and other unique aspects of their cultures. Everywhere you
gotta go to sleep? Okay, Stringent. Thanks for hanging out. We can get to helping your account on Saturday.
Everything you see, everyone you talk to,
have a good one.
Something which speaks to how this history influences the present and slowly reveals the truth about the past. And the more you discover about why things are the way they are, the more it all fits together and the more it all makes sense. And they sometimes make this really subtle. One of my favorite details isn't even mentioned in the game at all. The machines adapt. Whenever you destroy robots in the world, they're recreated. In the lore, this happens because the AI trying to repair the world's ravaged ecosystem creates replacements when it detects robots breaking down. If you destroy many of a specific type of machine, this AI notices the increased losses and builds new defenses into their designs. The robots gain extra armor, covering their weak points, making them tougher to defeat. From a pure gameplay perspective, this is an impressively subtle way to adjust the difficulty curve, but it's absolutely brilliant how they integrated the world building into so small a detail. In Horizon, tribal society and high technology don't just coexist on paper, they intertwine, they influence each other, and they make the world come alive as a result. In Natlan, some of these ideas do exist in theory, but for a large number of people, the execution was unsatisfying. Hopefully, the comparison to how this was handled in Horizon might make it a little clearer what most of us who say the tech doesn't feel integrated are actually talking about to those who feel the lore explains it all. Or, to take a different tack, what if they had actually taken the Wakanda approach to technology? The idea that conflict pushed Natlan to develop high technology kinda falls apart given that the war was depicted more as an annual excursion of a handful of elite warriors into enemy territory than a full-scale war, but let's just assume it was a little more pressing in this scenario. It would have made sense for the war to have driven the people of Natlan to delve deeper and deeper into their hunt to understand the dragon technology which surrounded them, to drive for ever-increasing heights of technological
that's
innovation,
a good point.
while keeping them so isolated that their ideas and discoveries would not have spread. The Natlan Hoyo created does have some of these ideas buried within itself, but there's a big divide between what we're told is happening and what we see in how the people live their lives. I can't help but look at the ruins in the Sacred Mountain and think about all that could have been. Imagine if the overworld had people visibly using dragon tech in much more overt ways, repairing and using the floating dragon trains for transportation, retrofitting the robot shields to use as their own protection, converting the lasers into tools or weapons, and so on. Just imagine a vibrant city thriving within...
I mean, just using more technology in particular, they can make it looking similar to the dragon technology, and it would be even cooler. But at the baseline, I just want the Natlan enemies to use a little bit more energy, just so that we can justify the playable characters using so much advanced technology. I want to see a lot more Chaska tribe people just flying around on random objects to justify Natlan Chaska flying around a gun. I'd like to see a lot more people just using technology to traverse to justify Mahoika using a bike. I want the characters aesthetic to be more integrated into the world. So NPC using more technology is a welcome change. An even better change would be, as suggested in this video, using dragon technology, and there's a explanation for it, but better would using technology would be already better.
The protective
Horizon looks peak after her explanation on it. Yeah,
bubble of a shield.
I never really got to full on play the game. I think I don't even remember whether I watched it or I played the first game, or maybe play a very small part of the first game.
While the Fury
I'll revisit that game someday.
Side. Aesthetically, we could have had the dragon tech design motifs underneath a layer of modern flair, and that mix of old and new could have felt just as fresh and vibrant as what we actually got.
A cave woman design from Welkin riding an actual dragon with Super Saiyan 3 seems cool. I think it would be too, but I think Genshin is always trying to do a little bit too much for their characters. At least Natlan characters, from what I've seen. They try to make their characters stand out so much that it's actually jarring. They could have gone with the very tried and true fantasy, medieval fantasy kind of vibe for these characters, and that would work fine. Just very similar to the Varasa case of they trying to sell some kind of subvert expectation to be interesting, but they subverted it too much. People see a disconnection instead of something interesting.
And while the average Natlanian would have had technology along those lines, Shilonen's role as a technological genius with a knack for adapting and expanding on that technology in creative ways would have been much more fitting. The same technology evolved to the next level through modern innovation. Some people get upset when you critique Natlan's technology because they think that you're saying that tribal culture could never have developed that far. That is the opposite of what we're saying. The tech like Mawika's bike looks out of place not because it exists at all, but because it looks like it belongs in a completely different universe to the rest of what we see. They could solve that problem by making the tech more primitive, of course, but making the tech more prevalent would have been an even better solution. And of course, there's always the question of representation, the line between cultural appreciation and appropriation, and melanin levels in the characters. The people from those cultures will, of course, have a wide range of opinions on this subject, ranging from any inclusion is positive to appropriation is always wrong. For example, I've seen some say that they were glad that Natlan lacked the more somber warlike tone many had expected because they felt it was a better way to express their culture's fundamental joy. Others disagreed. But regardless of where that leads, a big missed opportunity on this was the fact that the diversity of the cultures was not reflected in the characters. The only ones with any
they try and make their characters too iconic and recognizable that it's from Genshin. I think so.
NPCs with darker
they're trying too hard, and at the end of the day, it's providing the polar opposite effect
I did not expect
in the entire other direction.
My disappointment. And I feel like I have to emphasize, it's okay to have a different take on Natlan as a whole. There are absolutely many positives to depicting Natlan as a peaceful
close to the conclusion here.
Nation. There are loads of people who loved everything about it. I wish someone from that side of the discussion would create their own in-depth videos pinpointing exactly what made them love it so much like I have here for those parts of Natlan which really hit the spot for me. That would add to the discussion and help those of us who didn't feel that way about things like the story or the characters move towards an understanding of where the other side is coming from. Far better than the accusations of racism which inevitably come out when other people share their genuine disappointment. My main feeling towards Natlan is that it's a place of lost potential with some truly fantastic highs which were let down by its flaws. Despite my reservations, on the whole for me, it's only a little behind Fontaine and Sumeru, ahead of the earlier regions. Their storytelling has been a step up from previous years, and yet they messed it up at the most important moment. Of course, the SAG-AFTRA strike did not help with the immersion, but the problems went much deeper, so the quality of quests in events feels promising. The power creep and combat restrictions are a growing concern, but at least they're trying new things. The exploration was rocky at first, but the later regions were a blast, and the ambient quests especially were a major highlight. And I just have to say it, the Sacred Mountain was absolutely peak. See you in nod-krai.
Hi, and this...
Wait, what? Hold on. I'm getting into another video in my watch later list. Hold on. I'm gonna give this video a like real quick. Okay. This is from Saurusness, by the way, for the people who wants to explore more of her content. I think she plays quite a lot of gacha games, and her content are usually some of the more thoughtful stuff that I watch. So I like to watch her opinions from time to time. Gotta go. Good night, everyone. Alright. It's also time that I'm gonna end my stream. Let's go. We've been hanging out for about 4 hours. Let's go. Okay, got that. Thank you everyone for hanging out in the stream. I appreciate each and every one of you, whether you're just hanging around or actively participating in the stream. Travis will be greeting us off today. Let's get a little bit of music back. Alright, chat. Today's been fun. There's the ending screen. Cool. Yeah. Thanks everyone for hanging out. If you've been enjoying the stream, there are a few ways that you can support the stream. From liking, subscribing on YouTube, following on Twitch, to checking out my other video content. If you would like to further support me, you can do super chat on the stream, as well as joining YouTube membership. Thanks to the people that have super chatted today. I appreciate that a lot. And with that, I hope you're having an amazing rest of your day. And I'll see you again in a little bit more than a day. We're gonna, in the next stream, we're gonna check out some War story summary to see, just for a comparison on how the story in there is doing. I am actually curious about the story there, because a lot of people have been singing praises for that. I just don't have the time to play the game, so I figure watching some story summary would be best. And having a wider perspective on different story of the different games will give me a more fresh eyes on appreciating this game story. I'll see you then, chat. Here's music.